Treaty 8 territory and the traditional home of the Cree, Dunazay, Saulteaux, Sicanee, and Slavey First Nations. We value the Métis people that live and gather here. We commit to upholding the respectful relationships these nations have built with the land, and we acknowledge our responsibility to carry that forward today and into the future. First order of business is 2 delegations. 2.1, we have an exciting delegation here. We have Rachel Venier with Hayden and Bronwyn Fontaine in attendance regarding the proclamation to declare May 4th to 11th, 2024 as National OI Awareness Week and May 6th, 2024 as Wishbone Day in Dawson Creek. So welcome. You guys can come up. Look at those yellow shirts. Those are amazing.
Yes.
How does somebody get one of the yellow shirts?
We had them made by New Love Creations.
Oh, yeah.
Actually.
Cool.
Yeah, she still has the stuff if you want to get one done.
Yeah, awesome. Perfect. I will read this out here. Whereas osteogenesis imperfecta is a genetic disorder characterized by fragile bones that break easily, also known as brittle bone disease. A person is born with the disorder and is affected throughout his or her lifetime. And whereas there are different types of OI with a range of severity from mild to life-threatening. And whereas, because there is no cure for OI, treatment focuses on minimizing fractures, the surgical correction of deformity, reducing bone fragility, maximizing mobility and independent function. And whereas increased funding for education and research is needed to help find more effective treatments, and whereas the Osteogenesis Imperfecta Foundation is declaring May 4th to May 11th, 2024 to be National OI Awareness Week, during which board members, staff, medical professionals, and volunteers join together to focus attention on OI and people living with OI. Also declare May 6th, 2024 as Wishbone Day, all in an effort to raise awareness about this disorder. Now, therefore, I hereby proclaim that May 4th to 11th, 2024 be known as National OI Awareness Week and May 6th, 2024 as Wishbone Day in Dawson Creek. So, yeah, awesome. You're welcome. Thank you for coming in. I don't know, did you want to touch on anything?
No, I get very awkward.
Did you? Well, we appreciate you coming in, and I've got to get to know, I've known you for years,
Yeah.
but it's been amazing. Just being, the mayor of the city of Dawson Creek, but this is one of the things that I enjoy most is getting to have youth in, especially you two. You inspire me, Hayden, and what you've been through and what you do. So just keep doing it. Good job. So yeah, you're welcome. I will sign this. And I want to get a picture with you.
Absolutely.
All right.
Awesome.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. There you go.
Thank you.
Good seeing you again. Yeah, you're welcome. Have a nice day. Yeah? Enjoy your day off. Yeah. No school today?
I still have to go back to work. Yeah.
Okay.
Day with grandma.
All right, our next order of business, we have 2.2, Sherri Mytopher in attendance regarding proclamation to declare May 2024 as MS Awareness Month in Dawson Creek. So welcome, Sherri. Okay, perfect. Yeah, you can come up here because I have a mic as well. Or would you? Not to put you on the spot.
Okay.
Well, I can read this, and then if you're more comfortable there, that's fine.
No,
So.
I will say what I was gonna say. It's on my phone, so sorry.
Okay, that's all right. I do have a mic here.
Can you hear me just like this though?
It's more for those that are listening on.
The thousands.
Yeah, there's probably only a couple listening on
thousands
social media.
listening.
You're about to be famous in Japan.
Okay. I just like to be local famous, but, so I've been advocating for MS awareness since 2017. And since then, over $120,000 has been raised in the north and over $18,000 alone last year at my silent auction event that's held in Fort St. John at the Brew House. So funds raised for MS Canada are invested in the next generation of MS researchers to help find a cure. There's been advancement in understanding MS risk factors, including Epstein-Barr virus, which is mono, which is now shown to be an early trigger for onset MS. This year, my pub night will be on May 25th at the Brew House, and I want to say thank you for leading the way in MS awareness in the piece and having the MS flag flown and proclaiming May MS Awareness Month.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I will just read this out. So,
You can just say MS because people get tongue-tied when you say multiple sclerosis
Okay.
50 times.
okay, thank you.
They can change that in the proclamation.
Yeah, I will take your advice, so thank you. Whereas MS is a chronic, often disabling neurological disease affecting an estimated 1 in 400 Canadians and over 90,000 across the country. And whereas multiple sclerosis,
Told you.
I'm trained to read word for word,
I know,
though.
I know.
Yeah. Symptoms may vary widely and may cause symptoms such as extreme fatigue, lack of coordination, weakness, tingling, impaired sensation, vision problems, bladder problems, cognitive impairment, and mood changes. And whereas there is no known cause of prevention or cure for multiple sclerosis, and whereas MS Canada is the only national organization in Canada that supports both MS research and MS services for people with MS and their families. And whereas annual fundraising events such as the MS Walk, MS Bike, and A&W Canada's Burgers to Beat MS campaign support programs to enhance the lives of people affected by MS and their families and support MS research in Canada. And whereas since 1948, MS Canada has contributed over $218 million towards MS research and is grateful for the dedication and commitment of its supporters and volunteers that has made this possible. And whereas together we will find ways to connect and empower the MS community to create positive change and to see a world free of multiple sclerosis. Now, therefore, I hereby proclaim the month of May 2024 to the MS Awareness Month for MS Canada. So, yeah, so thank you. Thank you as well for everything you do, and it's such an amazing thing when you talk about like fundraisers, but it's just truly like our whole region and area is just absolutely amazing at anything when it's about bringing people together to help. So yeah, so thank you for your time.
MS is
and doing
huge
that,
in,
so.
in the north. There's over 900 people attached to the Prince George MS Clinic in the north, so that's a lot in
Yeah.
the region. So
Well, and
it's
1 in
really
400,
important.
right?
Yeah.
That's, yeah,
We have a high rate up here for whatever reason.
yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Well, thank you. Good.
Now, would all of council like to take a picture with the flag?
Sure, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you want to take a photo? Or we can send you.
Yeah. I never hear the flag raising, so.
That's not first.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll also get all the South Peace Student Council to come up too for the picture if you want.
Sit on this.
Yeah. That's okay. We'll
Yeah. So shy.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Beautiful. Oh, wow. Squishing.
Squishing.
Squishing. Don't be shy.
I don't know where to do.
Come right up here, yeah.
Yeah, get to the front.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone ready? You can see me? Okay. Good.
Perfect.
Thank
you.
Have a good day.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you very much.
so
Safe travels.
When is Burger Day?
It's in August, I'm not sure yet, yeah, but it's every August, and it's a Thursday. That's what I can tell you right now. Yeah, I will be down there for that.
Is it true that the incidence of MS is particularly high?
Yeah.
Some people have a very good friend who's
Oh, yeah, they don't have any, no, environmental, not. Thank you.
You bet. Thanks, Sherri. All right, our next order of business is 2.3. We have Dustin Bodnaryk General Manager and Judy Kucharuk, Director of Marketing and Corporate Sponsorships with the Ovintiv Event Center in attendance regarding the 2023 Ovintiv Event Center Annual Report. So,
Good morning.
excellent. Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, Dustin and Judy. Welcome.
How are you?
Good. How you doing? Just push your button there, and then welcome. And the floor is all yours. So,
Good morning, Your Worship, Council, Senior Administration, guests. Thank you again for allowing Judy and myself to come on behalf of the team at the Ovintiv Event Center to present our 2023 annual report. This is an annual occasion that we do to report back on all the highlights of the past year of the operations of the venue. As you can peruse through the annual report in front of you, we saw a number of different things from events, community good, major events, concert touring came back, as well the hosting of the U18 National Women's Hockey Championship, which I know our host chairs were before you a couple weeks ago to report out on that successful event. As we kind of walk through the annual report, you'll notice there's a couple key things that we wanted to showcase. One, last year was our 15th anniversary of the facility, and the other being that there's a number of key strategies that Mayor, Council, and Administration, as well as your venue management company, worked together to conduct a number of years ago, that being increasing community access, becoming the event center of the Peace region, fostering strong community relationships, continued investment, always being entrepreneurial, and thinking local first. With that, I will pass it on to my colleague Judy to jump into some of those events and community access that we did for you in the past year.
Yes, it was, good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us here. Good morning, students. Yes, a couple of things that really rise to the surface are Court Mercer Hall. Court Mercer Hall is a space that was finished in 2018, and it has not had a chance to slow down. It is booked on a consistent basis. It is a great space. It's used for meetings, galas, etc. And we've, although it was built with those kinds of events in mind, last year we did make a couple of improvements where we hung a brand new screen that comes up and down as it moves with a remote, and a Proxima that's mounted on the ceiling, so it just makes it even more seamless for our guests. And we are booking that space well into 2025 at this point. So very, very excited about that. Also, oh, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
Also,
Sorry, I was moving
last
a mic.
year, way back in 2020, I think it was March something 15th, when we had got the bad news that COVID was here. And our next event was going to be the gun show. And I remember how disappointed everybody was that the gun and sportsman show couldn't go ahead. Well, it came back in 23 in a huge way. They outdid any of the previous years. It had record attendance. It was very well received. And it was a very exciting welcome back for a whole year. That was our first whole year that we'd been open since COVID, from January to December. I know that seems weird, but it was the first year. Also, too, we've had some really cool events be created. I think a lot of you came down for our haunted house, the haunting of Court Mercer Hall. That is the second year that we've done that event. That is team led by our staff, Chris and Tyler Hawkins. They initiated it. It's all of their stuff, and it has been very, very successful. So very excited about some of those annual events that we have.
Some of those larger events that have become signature events for the venue, not just the sport and gun show, but a couple of rodeos that are hosted annually. Last year we also were fortunate to host the NCLGA event that the city put on. I know all of you were in attendance for that one. Just another opportunity to showcase the venue and showcase the community. In terms of the touring concerts, it still continues to rebuild following the pandemic, but we were able to secure a few different high-profile shows such as Boney M, the Christmas Cirque Musica, and Steel Panther, to name a few of those, as well as some other smaller developing artists that we booked into Co-op Mercer Hall. As you can see inside the annual report, the U18 National Women's event was a big part of last year, working with community members, the host committee, and then our team to make sure that went off flawlessly once again on your behalf. I will pass it over to Judy about a little bit about our new partnerships.
Yes, we were thrilled when we signed on for another 3 years with Ovintiv as our building naming rights partner. That was very, very exciting. And we are also very excited to have extended our 5-year renewal with the Dawson Co-op for the naming rights of Co-op Mercer Hall. So those were renewals that were very, very positive for the building. We also had a couple of new partnerships. Our box office naming rights, we now have the Lakeview Credit Union as our box office naming rights partner, and that created LakeviewTix.com and the Lakeview Tix box office. We've got some new fresh branding up in the lobby of the building, and it looks great. Another opportunity for us to be able to connect with another local business whose goal is to support community and local. In addition to the new box office naming rights partner, we expanded our relationship with Software Emporium, and they've now come on board as our new Lakeview Tix box office outlet. So it's an opportunity now for people to be able to purchase tickets downtown when they do their banking and their shopping. It's just another way that we can offer an opportunity for people to have access to tickets, and we're very pleased with our partnership with Software.
One of the elements of managing your facility on your behalf that we do on a regular basis is produce monthly financials that get distributed to our client administrator, Mr. Henderson, your CFO, and your general manager of community services. And this is done on a 30-day basis to ensure that the city is up to speed with all of the operations of the venue, how events are doing, and how the forecast is taking place throughout the course of the year, so that there's no surprises come December 31st. On page 21, you'll see a snapshot of our audited financials for 2021. For 2023, pardon me. As we budget, we're always kind of looking into the crystal ball, so to speak, in terms of how many events we can host. This is based off of what's already booked in the first quarter of the year as we put the budget together, what the past number of years have looked like in terms of bookings, as well as what the back end could look like based on just touring trends. In 2023, we did 80 different events, including an additional number of events for community as well as public recreation. That's another big, strong strategic element, is ensuring that we're providing increased community access into the building. So a number of different pop-ups were done in coordination with the Community Services Department over the past year. In the past year, we sold just under $600,000 in gross revenue for ticket sales. There was event operating income of $273,683, and we managed our expenses accordingly by spending just under $2.5 million in the operations of the facility, which was the operating net income for the facility for 2023 of $2,798, better than budget. Another key thing that we've done over the last number of years, but obviously with increased events, including the U18 event, we saw increased bookings of different of our hotel partners through our site as well. So those are direct bookings of people coming from out of town, coming to an event, and staying in the community overnight. Another kind of key element obviously with, it being the 15th anniversary of the facility, we also celebrated a number of our staff that had been part of our team since the beginning as well. So whether those were full-time individuals or part-time individuals, we did have a few people that have, opened up the building that have stayed with us since then. And as I've mentioned too, a number of you, whether it's during different presentations or when you did a mayor and council tour earlier last year, the team that we have at the building is the core foundation of being able to do what we do on a daily basis. So I'm very proud to be able to work with the event professionals and operations team at the building that take care of your building on a daily basis. Judy.
Dustin, the clock's red now. Just
Did you guys have much more? Did you have much more that you needed to go through?
just a couple things.
'Kay.
Yeah, just a couple of things. We'll be quick. One thing that all businesses or all venues are finding difficult is trying to reach their audience anymore post-COVID. I just wanted to highlight how grassroots advertising makes such a big difference, and I just wanted to chat a bit about the interviews that we did with the athletes' parents from Alberta and BC. Those kinds of grassroots type of advertising where we can get information out where it shows that it's truly a local type of event is critical to the success of those types of large-scale events.
With that, I will really open it up to any questions that you may have at this time. Obviously, 2023 continues to be a rebound year. We started off 2024 very strong with a number of events that were announced and on sale prior to Christmas, and really, are looking now at the back half of this year and booking into 2025 as we kind of move forward with our event schedule.
Perfect. Thanks, Dustin and Judy, for the presentation. And you mentioned about your team down there. I just also wanted to give a shout out and a thank you to them. Been down there a lot over the last few years, and the team down there is absolutely amazing. And that's just a reflection of the leadership. So we appreciate it and appreciate each and every one of them down there. So thank you.
We'll pass it along. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. I will open it up to council first here. So Councillor Parslow.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to add on a little bit what the Mayor said. I don't have too much interaction between the event side and myself, but I do want you to know that I think whenever I've been there, you operate a very classy place, and the service is great. And when I've needed help with either the Ken Boric event or the gun show, I couldn't say enough how much I appreciate the support that's been given. Just a little bit, lots of questions, but I'm not going to ask them now. Okay. But maybe you'd like to comment on the industry from the point of view of the entertainment industry. Once upon a time, you, Ovintiv, the Encounter Centre, were able to attract some pretty high-profile acts. Mm-hmm. Can you briefly sort of explain how the market has changed? And because it seems that this community is possibly not bringing in the same caliber or the notoriety, that's the incorrect word, but the notability of people. So what's the likely future?
Yeah, no, thank you for your question, Councillor Parslow. I think the trend that we're seeing, and this isn't just a Dawson Creek market type thing, is that some of the major acts coming out of the pandemic, as they come over the border and into Canada, they're booking into what we would classify as a major market or a capacity of 12,000 or more seats, right? And that's just the economics of the business of being able to, maybe book fewer shows across Canada or make more money in a larger venue than playing 30 dates in secondary markets. So I think going forward, we've already started to see some of those bands now circulate back through that. Now that they're going through Canada for the secondary time, hitting some of those secondary or tertiary markets compared to what they have in the last couple of years.
Thank you. Any other, Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you both for coming. It's good to see you. I'm biased as I used to work there, but I'd echo the sentiments in saying you guys do a really good job. And I just, in particular, wanted to highlight the work of operations. If you look at, I think it's page 13 of 49 with respect to energy, electricity, and gas usage, despite the increase in price of gas, the usage continues to go down and by extension reduce the cost to the taxpayer. So that's great, and I don't know if Tyler's available to be lent out to businesses throughout the community to give energy plans to people or help provide people with energy plans, but it's really just the unsung heroes of the event center and the work they do to keep that place sustainable is phenomenal. I guess this is just piggybacking on Councillor Parslow's question about the state of the industry. How is the ongoing erosion of local media, or I guess what you call legacy media, undermining your ability to market and also undermining your ability to get just, I guess, not only market events, but have group, if nobody listens to the radio anymore, there's not a group that 10,000 people in town want to go see at once. So what are you seeing at the erosion of local media and how that's impacting your ability to run your business as you traditionally would?
Absolutely. I'll take this one. Thanks, Jeremy or Councillor Earl. I'll tell you for sure, when there was an embargo on the news, like when it first came out that the radio stations were shut down as far as sharing any types of updates, that kind of thing, it was really tough. Now, traditional media, of course, print media has slowly moved on over the years. So then you started focusing on radio, and that's now changed because we know that a lot of people are listening to Sirius Radio and Spotify and Apple Music. And likewise with social media use, it's changing as well. How have we dealt with it? Well, we've changed our focus somewhat on radio. We still do radio. We have a higher input into digital. We also are now targeting things like Sirius Radio or podcasting, trying to get advertising on that, those types of things, which trying to get it out there everywhere. When we did our annual survey, again, we found that the database that we have is the best way to get a hold of people. So it is just trying to be everywhere, Jeremy. It's very difficult. I do agree with you. Now that the radio stations now can go back to be able to promote us again on social, it's made an incredible difference. I'll tell you, the first event that we had that we were able to advertise back on radio, social media, made a huge difference. So it's grassroots. It really is. It's digital. It's trying to be where the people are. The thing is, the people are everywhere now. So it's just trying to figure out how to allocate those resources appropriately.
Perfect. Thanks, Councillor Earl. Thanks, Judy. Councillor Apollonio.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just saying thanks on behalf of the committee. Of course, always thank you much for being gracious, especially to newcomers, sharing those, tickets to see the Ovintiv, to see the show, because, we're coming from, outside. And of course, seeing the Ovintiv, the events happening there is really a big push to the community. And of course, thank you as well, because I work in the, with people with disability. Thank you very much for always opening the door for those individuals who we cared for. The swimming pool, the walking track. Thank you very much. I hope more of that will come out for those individuals, because these are special people that we are looking after. And of course, looking forward for a show from our community. And thank you, Dustin, for doing your level best to make an effort to make a venue for our concert supposed to be. But looking forward in the future to work with you and to perform at the Co-op Mercer Hall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Polonio. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I just wanted to say my thank you for the community partnerships. Your ongoing support of our local youth groups, our nonprofits, the fundraising efforts are massive and huge, and a massive part of our community. So thank you very much for that. And the other thing I wanted to highlight is, my fellow councillors have mentioned what a great team you have there. That is 100% local team. Those are all local peoples, local families. And then to point out that 98% of the purchases for the center are local. And that's an input of $1 million into our local economy just through the building, never mind the 1,500 hotel rooms that are filled up and the meals they're purchasing and everything else. So thank you. You guys are knocking it out of the park, in my opinion. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate it. And obviously, I didn't mention, but a huge congratulations on 15 years. It's kind of crazy to think how quick time goes. So when you said that right away, I was like, wow, it's been 15 years already. So yeah. So. Oh, awesome.
Yes.
I'm hoping it's an AI photo of Parsley just killing the base. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yes, this is our commemorative poster for 15 years. We're very, very proud of it. And of course, I know you all mentioned our team. We could not do this without them. They are truly amazing. So thank you for your comments.
And it really is a testament to the city of Dawson Creek for their vision, a number of years ago of building the facility and, moving forward in this path to bring significant events to the community. So thank you.
Now we got a smile.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you very
Yes,
much.
yes, and thank you for having us today. Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming.
This is so owes me.
I'll mark that one down. All right. Our next order of business is 2.4. We have Karl Mattson, artist in attendance. Duncan, were you joining as well? Yes, you were. Okay. And we also have Duncan Melkinson, Executive Director with the Dawson Creek Art Gallery in attendance regarding Pioneer Surveyor Sculpture Revitalization. So welcome, Karl and Duncan. So
Hello,
the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. So I built the sculpture in the traffic circle. I think it was installed yesterday, or that's when the newspaper article was 20 years ago.
Oh, wow.
So what I'm presenting is pretty straightforward. My art career is, over the years, has been going pretty good, and several sculptures around BC and whatnot. And I've been looking at my sculpture over the years and really wishing I could finish it to my new standards. And when I built it, I was utilizing the regional district warehouse and fairly rudimentary tools. And over the years, I think it needs some finishing and some improvements to make it much better. So I'm just requesting support to do that, or approval, and also have support from the art gallery with some possible grant funding, which maybe Duncan could help me with.
Sure. Yeah. Well, thanks for the opportunity to speak to everybody today. It's certainly a pleasure to be here. Part of our mission at the gallery is trying to support, brilliant artists, humble artists like Karl here, who's very much underselling his talent and the work that he's done across BC, particularly in Penticton, UBC, Castlegar, Terrace. He's got installations all over the province. And most prominently for Dawson Creekers, he's got that beautiful installation at the traffic circle that is the Pioneer Surveyor. It's probably one of the most traffic spots in town. It's it's a very very recognizable Dawson Creek landmark that's built up over the years, and again, in our part of trying to support all artists and members of the gallery, we've sat down with Karl and tried to look at some different ways that we could have him pursue his work in a cost-effective manner. So there's 2 grants that we're eyeing to go for right now. April 30th gaming season. It seems that most of my head has been in some applications that are time sensitive, but I think over the next couple of weeks we'll be able to go for and apply for those 2 grants that could potentially cover the entire cost that Karl's outlining in his letter. Karl, like most artists, I think would benefit from some certainty, however, some certainty of moving forward with the work. So pending an unsuccessful if both of those grants end up not washing up, we'd like council to potentially offer support in the event that those grants are not approved, and Karl's left with a window in his artistic schedule or his work schedule for the coming year. So we're very pleased to support and empower and work with Karl as much as possible. We're happy to administer to the city's satisfaction whatever requirements the city might seek in due diligence or in reporting. And yeah, it's a good news story. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to move on to the next chapter with a wonderful installation. And I think moreover the funding that the support that City Council's offered for public art recently, we're very, very thankful for, and we're hoping that we can use this to build the program out a little bit further.
Perfect. Okay, well, thank you, Duncan, and thanks, Karl, for coming in. Some amazing pieces of art you've done, Karl. Yeah, just these pictures that you've included. It's impressive. I don't have an artistic bone in me, so I always admire artists. So yeah, so unbelievable work. So and thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I will open up to council here first. Councillor Parslow.
Well, I always like to pick up the slack in this regard from the mayor. He has many talents, but he admits to some he doesn't have. I just my fellow council members, and maybe for the public, in my knowledge base and my personal view, Karl is a local treasure. His work is highly regarded. He is a master artist in his field. We have a number of people who are well recognized, but Karl is certainly up there at the very top. And I just love that piece of work. And the location is just excellent. Fully support embellishment, finishing, etc., etc. But the question I have is the timing. Would this be, I mean, I'm giving you my preference here. This would be ideal winter work, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah. For me, it would be in the winter, maybe November, December. I would need assistance removing it off the pedestal and putting it back on. Other than that, I can handle it.
Yeah.
Yeah, winter after tourism season would be ideal. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I just wanted to comment that it already is a beautiful piece of art. It is like Duncan said, highly visual location in our town. And I truly believe something like this, falls into our council desire of tourism, improvement of our tourism and our downtown beautification. I would definitely support this.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Apollonio.
Thank you, Your Worship. Oh, just a blurb. Nice to finally see the artists. And I thought it's like more than 20 years. Yeah, I really see the artist, and actually, if you will see my phone, I have lots of photographs of that sculpture every time that I come, because it's really a wonderful place to to showcase that kind of art, especially that metal art. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Just saying thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Apollonio. I didn't know you liked to take pictures. Yeah, I don't, if there's no more questions, I just had just one comment. I'm just curious, like if, say you were to build something like that in today's market, what would be the cost? Like,
I'm working on 2 sculptures right now, one for Castlegar and one for Penticton, and I'm charging 20,000.
okay,
So
for something similar size.
similar size, yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at right now with my studio.
Okay,
So this would be, I would like to actually build a face and make more movement and replace a lot of parts. Like some of that's built out of rebar and a lot of salvage that I think could be, you might not notice a lot of it until you're up close, but it could be improved on a lot.
yeah, okay.
That would be, and this is, yeah, so I was suggesting $10,000, which would be, I think, about right to do that.
Okay, perfect. Okay, well, I don't think I had any more questions. I guess, so just the ask is $10,000 if there's, you're also applying for grants, so I guess it would be, we would wait to see where those grants would be at, Duncan, is that kind of?
Yes, Your Worship. If the grants don't pan out, then yeah, it would be conditional pending, receipt or response from the grant. The idea is, given Karl the certainty of that he can, put this in his project plan for this year and, begin planning for the works that he's indicated in his letter.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Councillor Earl.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on it. The timing, I guess, is twofold. Number one, we don't want it to trip over tourist season. And Councillor Puzzle noted that, and then the mayor's. Just because I don't, I think this dovetails well with some of the strategic priorities we've identified. I don't know if we've identified funding for something exactly like this in this year's budget. So that'll be a question, and once we have an understanding. So when do you anticipate you'll know with respect to those grants?
Through Your Worship, within the next 3 months.
Okay, so we'll have time to figure it out by the end of summer, and then, as those capital projects unfold, we might find some come in under budget and we have some spare money. Okay, well, thank you both. And just one question. So I used to play in a band, and whenever I hear old recordings of ourselves and you hear like a bum note, that's all you hear and it drives you crazy. Is that what it's like when you drive by that sculpture and see parts you want to replace?
Pretty much.
Oh, for 20 years, eh? Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much. Good to see you, man.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Thank you guys
Thank you,
both
Your Worship.
again, so thank you. Have a great day. So our next order of business is 2.5. So I just wanted to touch a little bit on this before I get into it. So one of the big things for myself, running for mayor and this council as a whole, I believe, is about youth and how do we inspire and build youth in our community, because youth is, at the end of the day, is going to be our leaders. So it's really an honor to have the Dawson Creek Student Council here. Before I introduce everybody, I do want to give a little bit of a shout out to Councillor Parslow. He as well shared in this vision, and I know he's been a big part of working with Student Council and helping this grow to where it is. So I'm super excited about today and what this brings into the future. But I just wanted to thank you, Councillor Parslow, for your efforts. So thank you. So I will introduce, so we have the Dawson Creek Secondary Student Council in attendance to give us a council update. So we have the President, Sebastian Marion, Vice President, Kylie Nordoff, Secretary Treasurer, Annika Lekstrom, Assistant Secretary Treasurer, Josh Fung, Sports Rep, Isaiah Panter, okay. Social Convener, Faith Ryerson, Grade 12 Rep, Ireland Bazendowski, Grade 11 Rep, Christina Touet, Grade 10 Rep, Alice Clerk, and Leadership Rep, Renz Valanda. So, welcome all of you, and I'm just very honored to be in this chair today to welcome you. So, thank you. So, so just before we go, I just need a motion to accept the presentation as a late item, which was sent. So, Councillor Kempf,
second Councillor Earl. I will call that to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. So, welcome. So, we'll get your presentation up, and then right, so welcome, Josh and Sebastian. So, yeah.
All right, yeah. As Mayor Dober said, I'm Sebastian Marion, the Student Council President. On behalf of the council, we'd like to thank you guys for having us here today, and hopefully this is the first step in building a relationship between both of our councils. I think we're all planning on presenting today, so we'll just do 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes per slide and then rotate out. So Josh, if you want to take it to there explaining some of the rules.
Okay. All right, so this is President Sebastian Marion right here, and he's kind of the big man around here. He runs a lot for us, and he also kind of chairs the meetings and keeps everything going straight. And up next, we've got our Vice President, Kylie.
Yeah, could I interrupt you for 1 sec? If you guys just want to stand up maybe and wave, just so they know who you are.
Yeah, she also does a lot for us. She helps out with pretty much everything. And yeah, we got our Secretary Treasurer, Nichol Ekstrom. She does our minutes for our meetings, and she also does our financial stuff. And hello, I'm the Assistant Secretary Treasurer. I also help with minutes and the financial. And we have our sports rep, Isaiah Panther. And he cooperates and helps with our sports, and he coordinates with our representatives like Mr. Wolf, and he can help us get into the gym with Mr. Payne. And then we have our social convener. Unfortunately, she's not here right now, Faith Ryerson, and she does our social media and plans our events with, of course, all of us. And we have our grade representatives, Ireland Bazendowski, Christina Chuye, and Alice Clark. And they all communicate with their own grades to help bring information to the council and improve our overall cooperation, and so that we know what we need to do. And then we have our leadership rep, Renz Valanda, and he talks with the leadership and lets us know what's going on in that class, because they're a big part of our school. And yeah, I'm going to pass it on to Sebastian to explain our logo and the mission.
Yeah, so I'm sure you don't know, but this is the first year with the student council. I guess Mayor Dober said that Charlie Parslow helped us out a lot. He came to one of our meetings last June, which was nice. Our logo wasn't made until October probably of this year, and then we weren't able to get a social media due to some complications with district principals until about November or December, I believe. That was our first photo there of all of us. And our mission is to provide opportunities for effective leadership, student engagement, governance, and to build and sustain community connections through a positive school culture. So I think, I guess we're already 3 minutes into our slides, so we'll let the next people go here.
Thank you, Sebastian and Josh.
Okay, I'll move after. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Thanks for having us. We just wanted to talk about the creation of the council. So like you said, this is the first year we've had a council, and it really began with our steering committee that was put together last year. It was really simple. There was just a sign-up sheet, basically, for anybody who wanted to participate in the formation of mainly the Constitution, but helping guide what the council would look like in the next year. So About 8 to 10 students signed up, and we met every week to go over a draft constitution that our faculty advisor, Mr. Cowie, made for us. And we did some editing to it. We did some deleting of some unnecessary sections to it. We did some adding of sections that we thought we might need, and we kind of cleared up some organization stuff, and we just kind of changed the words to make them more appropriate and more appropriate for this council specifically. And everybody got to put in their opinions, and then that's how the council was formed. And then I'll pass it off to Christina to explain how elections worked this year. So they started last year.
Okay. So hi, I'm Christina Tuye. I'm the grade 11 representative of our council, and I will be talking about the creation of our council through elections. So last year, 2023, month of May, we held an election for our student executive council positions, such as the president, vice president. And last October 2023 too, we held another election for positions for the grade 10, such as the grade 10 representative and the assistant secretary treasurer, and also another position open for the leadership representative.
Okay, so. Good morning, everyone, and again, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Rance Alan Valonda, the leadership representative of the Student Council, and I will be talking about the grade 10 elections. So, last October of 2023, our student body witnessed the emergence of us, dedicated individuals, including me and Alice, who courageously stepped forward to vie for the esteemed position of grade 10 representative. This important election not only showed how our school embraces the democracy, but also highlighted how engaged our students are in making things happen. Well,
Perfect. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we only have 3.5 minutes, so I'm going to try to race through this here. But as you can see, there's a few pictures of our initiatives up there. The main one was partnering with businesses that I was focused on. For about a month there, we actually, Councillor McDonald, I did a presentation to him and the Chamber of Commerce just about using them as a portal to get our outreach out to local businesses. The short story is basically none of them got back to us, and now that we're done our major initiatives such as the Spring Fling, hopefully we can get into that again.
So for fundraising this year, it was kind of hard to start because it was our first year, but we did hold several successful fundraisers. We had a bake sale, and the Spring Fling was a grad fundraiser that we hosted.
Yeah, as well as some raffles and other things like that.
So because COVID has been so hard on our seniors, this year we opted to run an initiative to help them. So we created cards and we connected with our student body to sign messages and things. And then us as a council, we went up to Rotary Manor and we joined in their Christmas celebrations, and we gave out cards to seniors. And we had an art piece that we put up in the center of their lobby with just creative messages for them, because they don't really get to see that many people anymore due to all the germ hazards.
Yeah, so the Spring Fling, that was our most recent one. We had it Thursday night. It was successful. I'm not sure the exact numbers because it just happened, but I think we raised around $1,300 for our grad 2024, so that was good.
We recently also did the Central Connect project. It was an event where our student council went to our Central campus to kind of present and answer questions for the students that are coming to our school next year, because there isn't very much of a connection between the two schools. So we went over to kind of ensure that they feel comfortable coming to our school and that they understand what's happening.
Yeah, so norms and practices, of course, with this being the first year of the council, a lot of our year has been focused on just getting everything set up properly, such as meetings, minutes, agendas, and our communication. And then social media platforms up there, you can see 109 followers. That's since February. I think our Spring Fling interviews helped us out a lot with that. And yeah. All right.
You guys can take your time. We're not going to cut you off at 10 minutes.
Hi, my name's Isaiah Panter. I'm the sports rep for the school. We're going to be talking about what's coming up for us as a council. The next big thing we're working on are elections. In a couple of weeks, we'll be doing our grade 11 and 12 positions. We've started handing out forms for that, and so we'll have speeches and other campaigning things the week of the 15th. After that, we'll work on our transition of power. This council is still in power until the end of the year. We just need to be starting to hand off our positions as we go into June. And with the new council, we need to review the Constitution and reapprove the Constitution.
All right, another thing we're trying to implement is Robert's Rules, and we're using this to hopefully make our meetings more efficient and have some more orderly processes in our meetings instead of kind of being all over the place. And our next initiatives is Spirit Week. That's what our social convener is going to plan to run, hopefully in June. And we're going to be partnering with businesses as we go along with Student Council.
Hello, I'm Ireland Bazendowski, and I'm our grade 12 representative.
Hi, I'm Alice Clerk, and I'm our grade 10 representative.
So, coming here today, we would love to get some feedback and advice from you guys. Our first thing is we would love to see more engagement with students in our school and our community. We've had some issues. For example, we wanted to get into the community with partnering with local businesses, but as we mentioned, we did not get anybody to answer back to us, and we're having difficult times getting students involved. We tried running like a floor hockey tournament and an essay writing contest, and we got no student participation. So we were wondering if you guys had any advice on how to connect with the community and students.
Perfect. Well, thank you both. I guess I just want to thank all of you for coming in. And there's a lot of this that just excites me hearing everybody talk. So just from the last two, from both you just asking about questions on, how do we connect to the community? Those are issues that we face as a council as well. So it's just amazing to see that you're already discovering that. But when you started talking about the work that you're doing with seniors and going to Central School and helping that transition from Central to South Peace, where those youth are, at a vulnerable stage and need that extra support, you just had me there, because that's what it's about. It's about the simple things, but the real things. So hats off to all of you for doing this and stepping up and doing this and being leaders as youth, because this, with what we face in today's world, we need more of you. So I just want to give you a round of applause for that and what you're doing. So thank you very much. So. And then,
sorry, we
Go
just
ahead.
have 3 more questions.
Oh.
Or 2 more, not really 3.
I cut you off. I'm sorry.
It's
Alice.
okay. We're just looking for feedback on a couple different things. It is hard, as Ireland said, to engage with the students in our school. But another thing that is coming up that we are I wouldn't say worried about, but we have never done before since this is our first year of council, is the transition of power. If you guys have any feedback on things that we should be doing with our future council, ways of explaining and involving them in our meetings, just any sort of feedback on transitioning power.
Okay. Excellent. So, okay, I will open it up to council to ask questions here. Councillor Earl.
Okay. I don't know. I guess I can generally respond to your last question first, and then I've got 1 or 2 comments. with respect to transition, I mean, for us at a municipal level, it's a very hard line between you're in government, then you're out, or you're not. So from one meeting to the next, for us, you show up to a meeting, a judge is here, or a justice of the peace. I think it's a judge, right?
It's a judge, yeah.
They swear you in, you take an oath of office. That oath of office is binding to your duties, and that's and then following that, it is a fairly steep learning curve on council. We do have the benefit of bringing in sometimes a consultant for new councils that will kind of walk you through some of the kind of general things you need to be mindful of. And then a lot of the work the first year is the first budget cycle from, approval, feedback, capital construction season. You guys are fortunate as a student council in that you're likely going to be spared tax exemptions. But I don't know, resource-wise, whether you maybe could talk to somebody. I know Councillor Parslow has been instrumental in this to this point, but with respect to getting some sort of onboarding document or presentation for new councillors, it sounds like there's a bit more of an opportunity in your realm for a handoff of the baton as people come on board and your senior representatives move on. And then you've got the benefit of having the elected, I don't know if you're elected as a grade 10 representative. Are you there until grade 12 or do you have to rerun every year?
Well, you have to rerun every year, but I think a good amount of us will be running this year as well. So even previous council members will be on the next student council.
So, and that's valuable too, is that institutional memory, right? Insofar as you've got always this new group of people coming in, but you've got a couple holdovers who can kind of do that. And then you guys don't have any kind of staff, so it's a different dichotomy because, whether all of us lose the next election, Kevin and Devin are, we've still got staff who have that institutional memory, whereas I think for you guys, it's going to be very important to ensure you've always got that continuity, whether it be staggered elections, so you've always got someone there who's been there and done some of the work. So I don't know if that's useful with respect to the question you just asked, but and then it might be worthwhile to talk to one of the local accounting firms to see if they can't give you, maybe donate some time to do financials for you and help you get used to that entire, as more useful for you as somebody who wants to maybe pursue this as part of your job or your career moving forward. The ability to read financial statements and understand financial statements is very, very important. So, and then I guess just one question with respect, when you say partnering with local businesses, what do you mean when you say partnering? Are you looking for sponsorship? Are you looking for mentorship? Are you looking for...
Well, I think we're going to have a bit of a question period in a little bit, and I think that might be a president question.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Could we maybe just quickly go back to the first
sorry,
question?
I'll chime back in later. Thanks.
The first question about getting more engagement from the community and students. Does anybody have any advice on that by chance?
You guys get a lot of involvement, so.
I guess a couple things. Just getting engagement for myself, like hearing you speak about how do you get youth more active. My first thought is to reach out to them and ask what they want. So what could we do that would make you want to come to it? Like let them create it, empower the students to come up with it on their own, because if they come up with an idea, the chances are you've already got them. And then they'll be an ambassador to you and they'll be out there. So just about like how do you empower more? Right. So you guys are, as a council, do an amazing job and have unbelievable initiatives, but how do you like reach that? Right. So how do you, and I've found just from my learnings in this position, that was the biggest thing to me is when I'm wondering how to do things, I just go and ask, just listen. And the more I listen, the more I hear, the more I understand. So that has been a big part of, I don't know if it's been success for me, but it's been a big part of definitely my journey. So in this chair and previous, so yeah. And then also too, when we are at lunch, like we can go through a lot of these questions, but also too, I'm certain, I can't speak for everybody at council, but I'm certain like if you wanted a councillor or myself to come to one of your meetings, I know Councillor Parslow has attended. I'm pretty certain most sitting here, if it worked into their schedule, would love to come and speak and ask questions and answer questions really. So
That would be amazing.
yeah. So I don't know if that helps any. I think as the day goes on too, we'll be in discussion hanging out for the day, so we can get into that too. So I know Councillor McDonald had his mic on. So
thank you, Your Worship, through you. Community engagement. You guys made a wonderful presentation to us today. Sebastian, you made a wonderful presentation to the Chamber of Commerce. I think community engagement is getting out there yourselves and letting the community know about yourselves. Let them know the initiatives you're making on behalf of your fellow students and your peers. And once the community, this community especially, once they learn the value you're bringing to the community, like Mayor Dober said, the work at Rotary and the seniors is amazing. To hear that our youth are cognitive of the fact that the seniors were in need of that support and those smiles and the caring is amazing. I love to hear that you guys have that empathy and the desire to go out and do that. If you teach the community, these are the things you are bringing to the community, you will get the engagement. Get out there, let the community know what you're doing, and you'll get the partnerships and the engagement you're looking for. You guys are amazing. Thank you all. Well done.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald.
If there's any further questions,
Okay.
Sebastian will come up and answer
Okay,
them.
perfect. Thank you, ladies.
All right, I know we're past our time here, but just back to the partnering with businesses there. The idea was to, one, sponsorships, and then as well, it was supposed to be a mutually beneficial trade where we would offer them, our students, a discount, and then in return, the business would get traffic, so it'd be a small discount, which would drive more customers through their doors.
Right.
Which was the idea behind that.
Okay. Thank you, Sebastian. Councillor Apollonio.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay. I can say it politely. The future is bright for Dawson Creek. Yeah, seeing you guys here are amazing. You are inspiring, especially the youth. I know about the engagement. We start from there, our community. Slowly, you can do little by little. So until you get your attention, you get the attention from the people. Normally, we start from what the community wants, like what Mayor Darcy said. What the community wants, what's the people wants to do, like sports, art, something like that. So maybe we can start from there, and of course, slowly people will building up, and they'll get attention. And as I said, for example, this coming May 11th, if you would like to attend our big sports event, it's happening on Central. So you like to engage us more in our community because we have a sports Olympic going happening there, like basketball, volleyball, anything, badminton. So you like to come, you are invited. So yeah. So and then of course you will be introduced to the people, and of course. Mostly youths are there, so for sure you will see familiar faces, and of course that's start. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Apollonio. Councillor Parslow.
I'd say it's very important that you have a plan for the year, or multi-year plan. One of the big problems everywhere for many people is loneliness. And we always used to try, when I was a high school principal, be connected to some social program that would bring youth in contact with seniors. And it is by giving your time and doing some things, whether it's just a jigsaw puzzle, right? or sharing some stories or whatever, it really, really brings people together. I think you might want to consider some social connectivity issues that are here in the community and bridge it by having some time with these people. My experience of student council, both as a high school teacher and then a high school principal, the student council ran a dynamic series of what do you call them, intramural events. That was the student council. I remember the floor hockey year-round tournaments that were organized by student council. And because where I was a principal, we didn't have snow to bother us. We had seasonal, soccer, intramural touch rugby. I think at the athletic program, with dances, we had about 5 or 6 dances a year. We had I forget the proper word for it, but it was essentially a big fundraiser. It was more like not a circus, but a carnival. And people gambled, and with fake money, of course, and that became, they were annual events. Student council had lots of pep rallies. So there's lots of things in the social, right, that engage students in fun activities, and they were all led by the student council. And I think there's a whole range of things you can do there. But I'm aware of because of other work I do in the community, there's a lot of seniors who need, other than the TV and sitting around talking to each other, it would be good to have that youth connectivity. In my desire, which is better articulated perhaps by the mayor, because we are absolutely spot on with each other in this regard, is in my ideal world, where there's a community initiative, you're involved with it. So if we're talking about, and I'm just making this up because it's on the agenda now, if we're talking about tourism, how can youth be as possible youth ambassadors to welcome visitors to our community, to show them around community? You'd have a role for that. Or if we have a splash park, get engaged with the consultation around the location, design. I see the city needs to be intentional of reaching out to you guys, but you need to be intentional, right? Of getting the information, understanding the issues, consulting with your fellow students, and bringing that voice back to council. You will be listened to, okay, for sure. I too am excited, not only the quality of you guys, but the fact that, that sitting behind you is a colleague, Duncan Mattson, who became a councillor right out of high school. Correct, Duncan?
Through your worship, yes, that's correct.
Right out of high school. We became good friends, and it was good. And I hope that some of you will consider exercising some community leadership. There's lots of people who want to react to things, but be proactive. Find out the information, offer your perspective, and I know this council will welcome your perspective on any issue. So you need to keep on top of what's going on and offer your voice, and have maybe it's the president and vice president, have frequent meetings with the mayor. And he can take issues to you, and you can get feedback and offer your perspective. I could talk at length about what I've experienced, but student councils can be a dynamic force in a school. Absolutely. And so thank you for putting this forward, and I'll certainly, I'm sure all my colleagues here will help any way we can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Parslow, I mean, everybody touched on a lot of everything that is, yeah, just so important. And really, we are here to help. So my door is open all the time for anybody in our community. But the two main, if I had an agenda, my two main things are youth and seniors. Youths, because you guys are our future leaders. I was going to mention Duncan as well, because he did run for council. And then our seniors. Our seniors have laid our foundation down, and we get to walk on the path they created for us, and we need to respect that. So I am ears anytime you guys need me. I did give Sebastian my card with my number, but I will give it to the rest of you as well. I look forward to growing this relationship and moving forward. So thank you very much for coming in. I look forward to the rest of the morning to visit with you and so thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for having us. I think there's a lot we can take out from this today, and it's another step in our council to getting more involved in the community and even building leaders for the community. So thank you guys.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what it is about leadership and building leaders. So you guys are just being here are all leaders. So thank you for taking that step. So I am going to call a break, but I just did want to get a picture with all of council and the student council as well before. So I'll call a break now. Back to order. So our next order of business was 2.6, but that's scheduled at 1 o'clock. So we'll do that then. Next 2024 strategic priority chart. 3.1 2024 strategic priority chart. I know there is something in committee of the whole, but did you have an update now, Kevin? Okay, perfect. 4 late items. I did have a late item. Actually was sent to Councillor McDonald just from Principal Sean Henry about the Judo Association. Just looking for a donation for swim passes, which is next weekend. So if I can get approval to bring that in as a late item, then we'll deal with it under Mayor's update. So Councillor McDonald, second Councillor Sudnick. I'll call this to vote. The vote is closed. Okay, it's carried. Any other late items? I think so. Next 5, new councillor business. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. And I know we're behind schedule today, so I will make this as quick as I can. I just want to give an update to the rest of council here. On April 10th and 11th, myself and Councillor Sudnick were able to attend the Kofi Conference in Vancouver. Down at the Kofi Conference, we heard some wonderful ideas coming out of industry right now, whether it be about full usage of all the fiber that is produced in or harvested in BC, whether it be through biomass or big timber construction efforts, things like that. It was a great conference to be at, continuing to build on relationships with industry and regional partners. Was really, really good. Only discouraging news we really heard was, the permitting process in this province still continues to hinder industry's ability to plan and move forward. And there was discussion again about future mill closures in the province. So a little disappointing news that way, but some also inspiring information about the future and innovations coming within the forestry sector. On April 17th, I was able to go and attend the NLC College Rodeo Team Send-Off. Like the youth we have in the room today, was just great and inspiring to hear about our college rodeo team and what an amazing team they are. We've got national champions. We've got 12 athletes from our local college going to compete in 7 different events on May 16th and 18th in Brooks, Alberta. Just a great event. And my hat's off to that whole team and their coaches and Todd and the whole team at NLC. They are a great asset to this community, and I just wish them the best in moving forward in everything they do. Also, on April 22nd and 23rd, I was able to go on behalf of council in the city to attend the First Nations Major Projects Coalition Conference in Toronto. This was just a great opportunity for us to show our support to our regional neighbors and continue to develop our relationships with industry leaders, including CAP, CN, Cedric Strategies, and North River Midstream, just for example. Truly an amazingly powerful conference. And being in that room, you quickly learned that Canada's and this province's future prosperity absolutely goes through that room. I had the opportunity to listen to presentations from international players like Mark Harney, CEOs of Bank of America, CIBC, RBC, Toronto Stock Exchange, wonderful delegation from New Zealand and the Maori people. And it was all a consistent message of how Canada's and BC's competitive advantage moving forward on a global scale is really going to be how amazing our world-leading responsible resource developments are, and the continuing partnership between our industry leaders and our Indigenous leaders, and continuing that responsible development of our resources, whether it be forestry, LNG, or mining. So I would just like to send my congratulations and applaud Chief Charlene Gale from the Fort Nelson First Nation as the board chair since 2017. This coalition started in Prince George 10 years ago with 10 members meeting in the basement of a Prince George hotel. To 10 years later, they hosted a conference in Toronto, attended by over 1,700 delegates, industry leaders, international guests, and truly, truly amazing what a high-level path development they are on in such a short time period. I congratulate them all. And that's that. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald, and thank you and Councillor Sednick for attending, Kofi, and as well, I know our city was represented well by both of you, so thank you. And Northern Lights College, they are a true leader in our community, so I appreciate that. So, Councillor Apollonio.
Thank you again, Your Worship. Just a short. I attended the library board meeting last April 16 with the board, of course. And of course, last April 17, we have the annual general meeting for the South Peace Historical Society, where we elected the new president, which is Lynn Washington. Of course, congratulations to Vice President Duncan Malkinson. I'm pretty sure he will do a sweeping leadership on the South Peace Historical Society. Looking forward. And of course, just for invitation, comes May 11, we will start meeting our yearly events, the Olympics, which will have basketball, volleyball, badminton, table tennis, what else? Chess, archery. No, just kidding. So, everyone is invited from the city to the council. We have something special for you on that day if you will attend. So yeah, and of course, Filipino food will be served, and of course, lots of gathering. It will run May 11 until June 2nd on the 4 weekends at Central and South Peace Gym. Thank you very much for those two gyms. So yeah.
Perfect. Thanks, Councillor Apollonio. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be very quick as well. So just an update on my work as the liaison for the Calvin Crooks, or the Kiwanis Performing Arts Center. The new revised strategic plan should be being unveiled to ourselves and the community shortly. That work's been completed. Similarly, I would encourage members of the public to keep an eye on the updated website, and there are a number of events. This last weekend, I think we had the spring pottery sale. There's some electronic dance music on Saturday. In May, there's an event or two happening. And one thing of particular note that is new this year is summer camps for children ages 6 to 12 years old. And they're themed and go on a weekly basis. So those start July 2nd and run to August 30th. And so just some new programming in town for youth. The cost is very reasonable, and it's something to keep your kids engaged during the summer. And it is being run by teachers who are off for the summer. So kudos to KPAC for offering the programming and just pushing it out to the community to make the most of it.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor. Oh, well done. Councillor Parslow.
I attended on behalf of the mayor the gathering of the new foreign students to Northern Lights College and extended welcome to them. It was very interesting, for sure. The 17 different countries were represented by the students who were gathered for their orientation session. The college has certainly changed since when I first came here. It is truly a multinational student body. In fact, there are 35 different countries represented in the entire student body at Northern Lights College here in Dawson Creek. So that's significant. I think it adds a lot to our community. Mm-hmm. And it was great to meet them. I just want to flag whilst we have an opportunity of some stuff. Some of the work I've been involved with Duncan Malkinson and others around the challenges of attracting and maintaining professional people to come to this community. And I would just like to, if staff could know, I would like at some future date to review, council to review with staff the current lease between the city and KPAC. There are some things I think we need to talk about. And the early childhood education, childcare as well, in camera. The thing I'd also like to mention is that I organized a course called Stop the Bleed, and it's a wonderful course, and I'm just wondering if the city could not consider adopting that. I was surprised to learn that the accidental deaths that occur in the workplace and in recreation could have been prevented by applying these techniques of stopping the bleed. And I just think, I know the city takes the safety and welfare of its employees to the top, so I'd like to share that, and I think it's something everyone should consider. And the last thing, I have been, just so you know, I've been up front, I have been talking to the chief and the fire chief by phone over some of the research coming out of the Fort McMurray fire and the advocacy for these portable sprinkler systems that was talked about by council, but I think that needs to be revisited. I think I've mentioned the book to you, have I not, Kevin? Yes. Just as an example, with the high temperatures and the low humidity, the most dangerous forests in the world are the northern boreal forests of Canada. And when that fire occurred, the energy emitted over a very short period of time when that northern border of the fire encroached into Fort McMurray was the equivalent of 5 atomic bombs. This is a different firefighting game due to the environment that we operate in. So it's very serious stuff. I know I said to my wife this morning, I'm happy it's raining, but I bet you people will be complaining about the rain. We need tons of rain to address our series. So Todd and the chief are going to access this literature. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. I'm happy to see the rain. All right, next order of business is 6, adoption of minutes. 6.1 minutes of the regular meeting of council held on April 15th, 2024 for adoption. Councillor Earl, second Councillor Kempf. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Any business arising? Next order of business, 8, correspondence. 8.1, 2024 membership invoice from the Dawson Creek and District Chamber of Commerce. Councillor McDonald. Oh, sorry, just Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that we go ahead and pay this membership, please.
I have a second. Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 8.2, we have a letter from David Johnson, resident of Dawson Creek, sent on April 15th, 2024, regarding an invitation to participate in a wheelchair tour of Dawson Creek. I guess I can speak for myself a little bit on this. Just the accessibility of Dawson Creek, from what I've learned from some studies that Devon has brought to council, it's been pretty eye-opening. So I definitely, if I'm available for this, will participate. So I guess I can make a motion that I will participate and we'll send the invite out to council. Second by Councillor McDonald. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 8.3, we have a letter from Lavina Roja, resident of Victoria, received on April 17th, 2024, a request for support to ban mice glue boards UBCM Convention 2024. Councillor Parslow.
Move that we receive this for information.
I have a second. Councillor McDonald. Any discussion on receiving for information? No, I'll call this to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, letter from Angie Washington, Mander South Peace Community Resource Society, received on April 19th, 2024, regarding a request for swim passes for women and children fleeing violence. Just before I open this up, council probably just received for information, but our good friends at Ovintiv, Adam Rollick, reached out to me and seen this on the agenda and has offered to, Ovintiv has offered to cover this. So I just wanted to give a huge shout out to Adam and Ovintiv for not just this, but for what they do in our community. They definitely are leaders. So yeah, so with that, we don't need to really deal with this. So if somebody wants to make a motion to receive for information, Councillor Apollonio, second Councillor McDonald. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. Next, 8.5, we have a letter from Adam DeRoss, resident of Dawson Creek, received on April 20th, 2024, regarding a request for sponsorship, Dawson Creek Choral Intensive Workshop and Spring Concert. Did they have any dialogue with any staff, Kevin? I know it was a pretty good letter with a lot of information, but Councillor Parslow.
So I would move that we give a grant of $2,000 towards this event planned for Mother's Day at Unchatter Hall. I'll speak to it.
Have a second? Councillor Earl? Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Well, as I've shared with Council, how the community has changed since I came here in 1981. And I really think we need to support as best we can things that can improve the quality of life for citizens and opportunities for citizens for personal development in the arts in all its forms. We did have a very rich array of things in this community, and I see this as an initiative that can begin to stem the paucity of opportunities here. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Just one question to staff. I'm assuming if this is approved, it would come out of our grant budget, which is, I think, around 12,000. How much room do we have left in there? Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking too, about 7,000. Yeah.
So through your worship, to date we've spent 4,700 of the 12.
Okay, and we're in April. Okay. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship. Just to speak to the event, I actually took part in it last year, and I would have signed up again this year if not for time constraints. But it is a very good event for budding musicians. Certainly, Adam is a professional who comes back to the community periodically, and this is kind of a labor of love for him. And any funds raised above and beyond the cost to put it on do go towards post-secondary bursary. So, I mean, the money stays in the community and goes to benefit youth anyway. I mean, the only consideration, I guess, for me isn't whether or not it's deserving of it. It's whether or not, $2,000 and having, I think, halfway through our grant budget by April is the only real concern. But once again, it looks like he's doing this in an effort to grow the event and broaden the appeal, given the added costs this year have to do for guest artists and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, as somebody who does music as a hobby, it was a great learning opportunity for what it's worth for the rest of council if they're looking for some context.
I appreciate the insight. I wasn't aware of the. Do you know if was Rotary? Did they sponsor it last year as well? I just noticed they're in there. Or
I'm not sure if he had sponsorship last year. It was basically it was registry by donation, and there were a few different classes. There was a youth one, there was an adult one. I think they had the school's musical come in, and then we all did about two to three rehearsals a week for 2 or 3 weeks, and then went in and did an event at Unchaga Hall. That was about an hour and a half concert. We did some musical stuff, and yeah, it was. I think he raised a few $1,000s from it. And like I said, based on the budget he's provided here, it looks like he's bringing in some additional people with some professional experience in the industry. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here, especially if, for myself, it was more a matter of just learning about singing harmonies and stuff like that. And that's not something I'd done previously. So it was a good learning opportunity above and beyond the cultural piece to Councillor Parslow's part. I think for people, if you're interested in music, it's a type of music that you normally maybe wouldn't encounter doing music as a hobby, or at a level you wouldn't encounter it with respect to, I guess, choral singing, unless you're learning it in church. It's not something you'd encounter. So it was a really good experience. Like I said, the only thing stopping me from making the commitment again was just time constraints.
Appreciate it. I guess just one question. I was just thinking of the NDIT grant for events that have been used. I didn't realize this was a second one, but I'm just wondering if we could, I guess, have our grant writer look into even helping and assisting, because if there's an NDIT grant for this, I'm for any events in our community. My one worry is I'm using up the funds. We're in April, but I'm still in support of this. But if NDIT is a possibility for this, I would consider that. So, Councillor Earl, sorry.
Because I'm not sure if he's gotten any kind of nonprofit status, just because it is something he's doing in his break from his career when he comes back to town to visit. Right? I think it's like a break in the semester, and he teaches at university. So I'm not sure whether they would qualify for certain grants based on that, but he might be, partnering with an organization that would make him eligible as well, right?
Yeah. Okay. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I was just going to build on what Councillor Parslow was saying. Coming out of COVID and that we lost more than a couple of good youth programs in the community, whether it was our musical theater program, youth choir programs like that are non-athletic, more arts orientated, and I agree this might be a good opportunity for us to support the arts and culture, just to maybe kickstart those programs back into being. And it is a large portion of our grant, but I would support giving the $2,000. Definitely.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Parslow? I'm going to call the question.
Well, just building on Councillor Earl and your comments and my colleague to my left here, you know, my hope is that we'll return to the good old days when there was a choral society here. And maybe, Councillor Earl, if you attend this thing, maybe if they could form themselves into a local organisation, which might have this as an annual event, they would then become eligible for an NDIT grant. But you have to have an organisation, and that organisation has designated to be an annual event. And then they have to have had one, and then they become eligible.
Yeah. Okay.
But that would be a nice bit of a legacy piece, right? Because we had a strong choral program in this community once upon a time.
I agree. All this is great stuff. Yeah. So. Okay. All right. I'm going to call the question. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 8.6. Councillor McDonald just.
Should I pull my card out? I have to excuse myself. Yep.
So 8.6, we have an email from John Vetter, President, South Peace District Crime Prevention Association, received on April 21st, 2024, regarding a request for sponsorship 2024 charity Best Ball Golf Tournament. And for those that are watching, Councillor McDonald just excused himself as he is sits on the board of the South Peace District Crime Prevention, so just as a conflict. So, Councillor Parslow.
I move that we be a whole sponsor in support of the South Peace District Crime Prevention Association 2024 golf tournament.
For an amount? Should we add the amount in the?
$250.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick, any discussion? No, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Could somebody grab Councillor McDonald for me, please? Welcome back.
Thank you.
Next, we have 8.7, letter from grant writer, City of Dawson Creek, received on April 22nd, 2024, regarding a request for a resolution of support of FCM Green Municipal Fund Grant for Energy and Heating Recovery, Arenas and Ovintiv Event Center Capital Project. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move the resolution requested as follows, that the City of Dawson Creek supports the grant application to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund Grant for a grant of up to $250,000, which covers 93% of the energy and heat recovery arenas and Ovintiv Event Center capital project. Further, that the City of Dawson Creek commits to funding the remaining $20,000 of the project should this grant be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald, any discussion? So I just, maybe for some clarification on this, so is this grant for the $250,000, is it like to replace some things, or is it for a study? For a study. So just so I can have that knowledge, so I realize that it's could be $20,000 to the city cost. Do we have any understanding of what of other communities that have done this and what that cost would be to do the work after the study's done? Like, are we talking? I guess what value before I mean, if I'm looking at this, my thought process is if it's 50 million to do it. Like,
so through your worship, I'm not familiar of any specific municipalities that have done it for arenas.
Okay.
Per se, but the potential savings by doing heat recovery off of the ice plants at the Kin Memorial and the Ovintiv Event Center would be quite substantial. But as part of getting, it's my understanding, to get part two or the second phase of the grant funding, you have to go through this process to get, you have to do the report to get the information, the data, et cetera, and then it opens up the opportunities for you to get further funding from the federal government and other grant opportunities to get the dollars to reinvest into upgrade and make the improvements in heat recovery within the facilities.
Oh, okay, so it's a process.
So it's a process,
perfect.
yeah.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 8.8 letter from Lisa Bennett, Notre Dame Parent Support Group, received on April 24th, 2024, regarding a request for donation, Notre Dame School Annual Carnival event. Councillor Kemp.
Sorry, Mayor Dober, I have a conflict here. My children attend the school, and I'm on the parent support group, so I'm just going to step out.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parslow.
I'd like to move that we grant swim passes up to $250 in support of the Notre Dame Carnival event.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald.
If I can speak to that, to the Student Council first. This is about a carnival. This is exactly what I was talking about, right? I don't know if you have the agenda in front of you, but it says it's a carnival-style games, a concession stand, a variety of silent auction items. So that's just, in my high school experience, that was always organized and ran by the Student Council. So anyway, this is an initiative, support a project that will improve the condition of their gymnasium. And I think we should support them.
Agree. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? No, I will call this motion to vote. Oh, is Councillor Sudnick, is Councillor Kemp's card pulled? Yep. Yeah. Vote is closed, and it's carried. Ashton, could you grab Councillor Kemp, please? Devin, is Staff Sergeant?
Yes, he is.
He is, okay. Yeah, please. Oh, I know. That's why I said on new council. All right, I'm just going to vary the agenda and go to, once I find it here, 16, Committee of the Whole report. So 16.1, we have report from the Staff Sergeant Hughes. So welcome to this fine Monday morning.
Good morning.
I guess just before you get started, Staff Sergeant Hughes, behind you, all the students, this is from the South Peace Secondary Dawson, the Student Council they just formed this year. So,
excellent.
Yeah, so just this
Good
is
morning.
our Staff Sergeant Hughes with the RCMP. So.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. We'll kind of go through the report as we do. I missed last month. My apologies. I had a little bit of an event there in Farmington that I had to attend. So I just have the report for the March report this time. We're not going to go back 2 months. We'll start off with detachment resource reporting. For the month of March, we still have 2 members off that are long-term off-duty, sick or injured, and 4 constable positions that are vacant. So we do have our GIS corporal he's been promoted out, so he's going to be going to Cranbrook, and that was 90 days ago. So he's just applied and been granted a 60-day extension. His position went by way of the promotional process through the RCMP, and a person from Yarmouth, Nova Scotia? Something like that. Nova Scotia is coming. His name is Constable Waverchuk, and he will soon to be Corporal Waverchuk. Comes to us with 16 years experience, so that'll be a welcomed addition to the team. So he is typically 90 days is our promotion process it takes to move. Unfortunately, with our housing markets across the country and different contributing factors, they are taking longer. So Graham Hartle, our corporal, now has extended 60 days. I would imagine that extension is probably going to happen on the other end too. And the worst case scenario is that we have two corporals in GIS for a little while. So we welcome him, and I'll we'll be introducing him to Mayor and Council when he arrives. We did have a new member arrive from Depot on March 17th. So he is in the report as an addition. We still show the same 4 that we've shown vacant because we had one member that was seconded to us from Fort St. John. He left that month. So that's a 1 for 1. So we still show that 4. However, we do have another member. He's passed all his benchmarks in Regina. I just talked to him this morning via email. He graduates Depot May 6, flying from Ontario, I believe, and he will be here May 11th. So it'll be about 12th or 13th before he is on the road. And we are working on yet another one. So Depot, I attended the North District Commanders Conference in Smithers at the beginning of April, and one of the topics there was staffing, of course. So Depot Division in Regina, Saskatchewan is where most know that all of our training takes place, and we are finally recovering from COVID after COVID-19, I believe. So we are expected to run 40 troops through this year. Depot is running now again troops of 32. They were running troops of 24. We weren't getting applicants. 40 times 32 is 1,280 members a year. And they expect about 1,100 to 1,200 to be successful. Not everyone is successful through the program. It's just kind of the way it is. We do our best to get applicants in that we know are going to be successful, but it's just not always the way it is. So it takes us 8,500 applicants to run 1,100 people through Depot. So right now the RCMP has just over 16,000 people in the process. So we are well set for staffing increases for the next 2 years. And E-Division, for those that don't know, is British Columbia. We're distributed through divisions. So E-Division is British Columbia. And this year, 2024, will be the first year, and I believe 5 or 6 years, that we actually are going to have more people coming into E-Division than we have leaving just by natural attrition. So that's a really good sign, having people applying to the job, to the career again, across the country. Very excited about that. So crime trending. From the period from January 1st to March 24th, total of 1,952 calls for service. So that's up about 4%. And our split still remains the same for Dawson Creek files to the rural and surrounding areas to be about 80-20. So it ranges kind of plus or minus a couple of percents up and down from that, but we're holding strong at that 80-20. So our crime trends for the month are theft of vehicles. There's a lot more red in here than I like to see, than anyone likes to see. Our theft of vehicles went for the same period last year from 17 to 33. However, January showed a 500% increase. February was a 200% increase, and now we're at a 94% increase for year to date. So we're dropping by approximately half per month and getting us back into where we should have been. January, we had a couple of people out of jail, but one of those people is back in jail that solves some of this. And in January, because we had a very cold January, a lot of this was people leaving their vehicles running in their driveways or at gas stations or at various stores and leaving them unattended. We had a little bit of a rash there in February as well. They were targeting vehicles at schools. So people were leaving their vehicles running while it was very cold outside and walking their kids into schools, and they were taking the vehicles. So as it warms up, that trend seems to, every year seems to kind of quell itself. So our theft from vehicles is a decrease of half. Again, that's people locking their vehicles, keeping their possessions out of sight, leaving glove boxes open, leaving center consoles open can all help with that. So our break and enter to residence went from 10 to 15, but our break and enters from business went from 25 to 19. So we did show a 50% increase in the residential break and enters. But a 25% decrease in business break and enters. So overall, again, it's more than we like to see, but it's typically the same type of people, the same demographic that is breaking into residences and houses, houses and businesses, just targeting that property crime stuff that they can sell and feed that circle. Our assaults, so we group all of our assaults, whether it's with a weapon, or just simple assaults, we're called, or aggravated assaults are down 12%. So that's very good. We like to see that. Again, our sexual assaults and sexual interference calls, they're only up 1, fairly low number, so it shows an 8% increase. And I will reiterate, like I do most months, these offenses incorporate everything to do with a sexual nature to them. So we see a huge increase in this around June, July, and August when the kids are getting out of school from what's referred to as sexting. So as soon as that's reported to us and that sexual content is involved, then that gets scored into that file type. So our drug possession and drug trafficking files are down from 3 to 2. Again, decriminalization and everything that goes along with that has skewed that number. So it shows a decrease of 33. I'll speak of, might as well speak now. So some new legislation coming. It's my understanding that it's not been passed into law yet for the decriminalization. I'm not going to comment today on it. It's very important that the RCMP is consistent with their messaging and direction across the country, across the province. So we don't, because this is fairly new from just the end of last week, we don't have clear direction and consistency across the province yet. So hopefully I'll have more information in the coming weeks. I do meet with the mayor every Tuesday at 1 p.m. So hopefully in those meetings I'll have a little bit more for you and be able to speak more to that in a month from now. So moving along, our impaired driving from 39 to 22. I wish I had an explanation for that. I hope that it's because people are stopping the behavior, but I'm not 100% sure that that's correct. That's accurate. So, which is shown in the motor vehicle collisions. So we went from 82 to 94, which is an increase of 14% over the year to date. Our thefts are from 65 to 76. Again, we're showing that minor increase in property crime that we saw with the B&Es. It's that same sort of doing crime to feed that circle. Our mental health files, they're going to continue to go up. It's just what we expect to have happen. 124 to 129 is good. But again, these mental health files are everything where there's a mental health component to them. And just keeping in mind that most times when there's an addiction or a drug consumption issue, there's a lot of mental health components to that as well. So that gets scored in there as well. And then our unspecified assistance files, we've added this in the last few months to start reporting on this. Year to date last year was 201. Year to date this year is 292. So 101 files in the month of March, showing an increase of 45%. So our unspecified assistance files, again, I'll speak to this again for the benefit of the group here. This includes all of our files that aren't typically police issues per se. So if somebody's calls us and says there's somebody walking down a back alley, that's not necessarily a police matter for enforcement. We can't arrest somebody for walking down a back alley, but it's those suspicious people calls, suspicious vehicle calls, like there's a vehicle driving around Pouce-Coupe, and I've never seen it before. So we want people to call in with those calls. It's those calls that bring a marked police car to an area, to a neighborhood, down a street, down that back alley, and it's been proven that a marked police car driving through a community can have an effect on the behaviors of that community for up to a couple of hours. So those files, they're quite labor intensive, and there's a lot of them, but having those files contributes to our reduction in other file types. So we want people to call in with those types of files. Dawson Creek Citizens on Patrol, and then also with Rural Crime Watch. I try and go to as many of these meetings as I can. They're usually at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock at night. I did attend the AGM of the Rural Crime Watch. They just do a fantastic job. This group, it's all volunteers. They're doing thousands and thousands of kilometers a year on their own. They're out in their vehicles. Technology is coming along with the group. They're getting dash cams now, and they hold that for 30 days. So if there's something that comes up down the road. John Better is the coordinator for the Rural Crime Watch. I meet with him once a month or so outside of the group, and we're in constant contact with him. So if something comes up and we need information, it's just a simple phone call. Hey, did you have any patrols in this area? And they can go back and look at their dash cams, and sometimes they'll have captured an event or something leading up to an event that we can use. So big shout out to that group. They do an amazing job. They have their magnetic signs on the side of the door. And again, much like the effect of a police car driving through a neighborhood and having that calming effect or changing some behavior of people that otherwise wouldn't change their behavior, seeing those crime watch or citizens on patrol markers on the door and having a vehicle go by, just knowing that somebody's watching, it definitely makes a difference. So thank you to them. Continuing violence suppression efforts. So we, over the last 6 months or so, Dawson Creek has received an unbelievable amount of support from Lower Mainland Uniform Gang Enforcement Unit, the Combined Forces Special Enforcement Unit. Sorry. I'm used to using acronyms, but there's people that aren't going to know what those are, so I'm trying to do the long version. North District Major Crime Unit, the North District Regional General Investigation Section. Hopefully I'm not forgetting anybody. Emergency Response Team, we call them ERT, and that's effectively like you would think like SWAT, that kind of thing. So all of those units have given Dawson Creek an unbelievable amount of help, and we've seen a drastic reduction in our shooting events and our kind of higher violence events. So we want to keep that going. I can assure you that support is there at a moment's notice if we need it again. Mm-hmm. The Uniform Gang Enforcement Team from the Lower Mainland, we have operational plans from last year and beginning of this year that we can modify very, very quickly and have that team, they deploy in teams of 4 vehicles with 8 members, and they are the blacked out Suburbans, the members in the black uniforms. And the reason they wear their black uniforms is it's an integrated unit. So there's Delta PD, Vancouver, Abbotsford, New West, RCMP, it's an integrated unit. So they have their own dedicated uniforms, and they do a fantastic job. I've had quite a few other vehicles smashed when they come here. And it usually doesn't take very long. So the last 2 times they didn't have any. So we'll cross our fingers and hope we continue on with that trend. So the other thing that we have here, that we started here at a detachment level, was called a violence suppression team. And it's just an overtime initiative where our own local members go out, 2 members, it's a marked unit, 2 members in their full operational RCMP uniform, and they go out and they target our local offenders that have warrants or have curfews, and we're curfew checking them multiple times a night to make sure that they know that we are watching them and they are where they're supposed to be. Some of our offenders are under ankle monitors. We're checking them. Known houses, known residents, known business locations. We over and over and over to not have a pattern, and so that these people that are conducting themselves and causing our community issues, they don't know what we're doing, and they don't see anything coming. So it's working. So that's on the local level. We still are working on the Peace Region Crime Reduction Unit. Again, there's a massive administrative process to that. So it is now with North District and the province, and that should see the plan is 6 constables. So 2 corporals, a sergeant, and 6 constables. 3 of the constables would be here in Dawson Creek, and 3 would be in Fort St. John. And that's an increase to our complement. It's not taking 3 of our members here. And that unit, their mandate, pending changes, will be like the big industry crime and the rural property crime, stolen vehicles, stolen wire, stolen fuel, that type of thing. So the other thing that I'd like to address just before I finish up is it's not from March stats, but I'm sure that this is on everybody's mind, and I can't speak too much about it in great detail. But the found human remains on 219 Road in the last few days here. So the ID the ID process is in the hands of the BC Coroner Services right now, and that's expected to take 2 or 3 weeks. So we can't speak too much about what's going on with that, but it isn't. The investigation is moving forward. We were on scene for 2.5 days. Now that might not seem like a lot, depending, considering what was discovered there. It is confirmed human remains, but that was 2.5 days of BC Coroner Service on scene, North District Major Crime Unit on scene, police dog services was there, searching. Our forensic identifications section was there. They had day searches, they had night searches. There's some technology with different lights that assist in finding human remains, but has to be done at night. So it wasn't just an 8-hour day, a couple of people. It was multiple teams for 24 hours a day for 2.5 days. So that scene has been processed, and we're waiting for BC Coroners to come back with an ID on that. So that's about all I have. Hopefully there are some questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Staff Sergeant. And as usual, thank you to you and your team for what you guys do every day. We definitely appreciate it. And I also wanted to those that council didn't know, I did the open door days that I'm doing. The last one I did was actually the Seniors Hall, and Staff Sergeant Hughes joined me. So we went down there. There was probably about 80 seniors. So we visited with them for a couple hours, had lunch. It was really good. So I was going to touch base on that later, but I just wanted to thank you again for taking the time to join me. And yeah, so thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Yeah, you're welcome. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I didn't realize I'd gotten in. I had a councillor.
Yeah, you looked a little shocked there for a second.
No, I thought I had about 12 minutes to gather my thoughts.
You did.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant. Good to see you. First, I guess a note, very heartened to hear about the movement in the staffing at the RCMP. I know you guys catch a lot of flack for when the detachment is low on people, and it's not necessarily your fault. So to hear there's some structural movement happening that's going to alleviate that, hopefully, is good to hear. One question I have, I know when I first got on council, it wasn't a thing that was occurring in BC anymore, and I believe subsequently the auxiliary program is once again a thing the RCMP is doing in British Columbia. I was wondering if you could provide, if not now, like if you don't have the information handy at this moment, at a later date, give us some information about the auxiliary program the RCMP has. And I found it on the RCMP's webpage as auxiliary program in BC. So I hope I'm not surprising you with this.
No, thank you very much. It's not a surprise. It's a very welcome change back to where we were with auxiliaries. So I don't have all the information that you have, because I didn't bring the printout with me for all the duties and kind of what they are allowed to do and what they aren't allowed to do. There are some changes to that. Corporal Derek Eitenbosch is our newest general duty corporal over there. He has taken the reins, and he is our local coordinator on that. So I can have him prepare something to present. But what I can tell you is up until April 1st, it was open for application for previous auxiliaries only. And we do have the grand total of one here in Dawson Creek that jumped right on that and is in the process. And then after April 1st, it was open to anybody to apply. And we do have 2 applicants that are already pre-security cleared. They've worked at the detachment in other capacities. So we have a total of 3 already that are in the process, and everything kind of looks like it's gonna float right through. So where we can utilize the auxiliaries, they still have to be, we'll say, attached at the hip, for lack of a long drawn-out explanation. They have to be in sight of another member, like a uniformed serving member. They're not going to be armed, so that's. They used to be armed and then they weren't, and now in the reintegration they're not going to be armed. The uniform's going to change a little bit, but we'll be able to utilize them for things like scene security. And when we have multiple scenes here in Dawson Creek, because we do have a history of the violent offenses, and those we need 2 to 4 members to hold a scene for 24 hours a day. We had a couple of scenes last year where we held them for 7 days, 2 scenes at the same time, and we had 3 on one and 2 on the other. So our members get very burnt out very quickly trying to do their regular duties and hold those scene security shifts for a 12-hour shift for the overlap turns into a 14-hour shift by the time you get in the office, grab your vehicle, get out, relieve the other member. That member comes back and comes off. So as far as the auxiliary program, the short answer is it's up and rolling here in Dawson Creek. We have 3 applicants already, and I can't wait to get them on board. They're very excited to be on board, and it should also release some of those staffing things. So hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think I know you guys just did, or you've got coming up a recruitment session you did earlier in the month.
We did one earlier in the month,
Yeah.
and then we have another one coming up. There's a barbecue that Rural Crime Watch and COPS are going to do right at the attachment.
Okay.
I think it's May 11th.
Yeah, and I think providing some information about that program there would be great, because it's not something I've seen widely publicized, but I think there'd be significant interest in it. And obviously, anything that can reduce, I'd see it, provide crime prevention services for community special events, safety checks, traffic, crowd control, disaster planning, emergency preparedness, searches of lost persons. So anything that, lightens the workload so that uniformed officers can do the things that only they can do, I think would be beneficial and help kind of even out some of those staffing bottlenecks that sometimes occur.
For sure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow.
Well, as often happens, Councillor Earl has asked the question that I was going to ask, but I have a supplement to that, and then it's a different question altogether. It disturbs me that the auxiliaries are not going to have arms. Police are often, often victimized from the point of view of aggression. What is the thinking that's been articulated by the powers that be, the way auxiliaries will not carry a firearm? Do you know?
So I can't say for sure, so I'm not part of the decision-making process. I would venture a guess to say that the level of training that a regular RCMP member sees at depot for 6 months is nowhere near what an auxiliary, like the training that they receive. When we go to depot, we start training with our firearm, I think on day 3 or 4, and it doesn't end until 2 or 3 days before we leave of 6 months training. So we don't have those resources to send them all through something like that, and they're not paid. They are a supplemental service to the RCMP. So again, I'm not part of the decision-making process, but I would guess that is the most contributing factor is training.
So when they were armed, they did not have the same training as regular members. Is that what you're saying? There was a time when they were armed, right?
I would have been about 12 years old. So I can't answer that question. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, anyway, the other thing is, again, this is not in your ballpark, but you might have some insight. There was a news release by the RCMP about a person who had been arrested again in this community, who had weapons offenses. He, I think, had some restrictions. And the news release ended with what I thought was a sentence of frustration. And it went something like this: the RCMP expect that this person will be released into the community. I'm not dwelling on that, right? But so the question is, what is the threshold for retaining somebody who's got a long rap sheet, has a whole bunch of conditions? What has to be triggered so that there's a good chance that they would be held in custody? Do you know what that is?
So unfortunately, I'm not able to answer that question. What I can tell you is that there is fairly new legislation with bail reform that has nothing to do with the RCMP. And our job is to put those people before the courts, and then the court, whether it be Crown Counsel, BC Prosecution Service, the BC judges, they have their processes and policies, and it's out of our hands. So it's not fair for me to comment on something that we don't have any say in. And One thing I would caution, the difference between an RCMP news release and a news release that a publisher has done with comment from the RCMP are two different things. So news releases from us come by the way of official news release on the RCMP website. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
This was an RCMP news release, and I, of course, I empathise with all the frustrations for the RCMP, and I found it an unusual statement to be on an official one. So the statement was that the RCMP expect this person will be released. So that, to me, borns the question, they must have some idea what would cause a release to express an opinion about it. Do you see what I mean? There must be some, either an experiential thing that that the writer of that has had, or knowledge that they had. And I just know that the real frustration isn't really with police, it's with the judiciary system, right? In these last few years, right? It's really come to the surface. And there's a lot of empathy for the police, for the framework that they have to operate under. And so that statement was from the police. It was definitely it was a lady officer, I'm not know where she was, Prince George, or it doesn't matter, that's not material. I just thought then I'm kind of curious, what is the threshold? And
yeah, so unfortunately, I'm not able to comment on what Crown's threshold is for releasing somebody with bail reform legislation. What I can say is, depending on, like, I don't have that news release in front of me, so I'm not sure exactly. Unfortunately, there's a couple of those situations going on right now, so I'm not sure which person that you're speaking about. But sometimes what happens is somebody will arrest somebody and they'll have a bail hearing and they'll get held for a 6-day remand or 10 days. They get transferred to Prince George Correctional, and the expectation is gained through a conversation with Crown. So if Crown has told the RCMP that, yes, this person is going to get released in 10 days, now whether that be by way of ankle monitor or by bail surety, I don't know that. So that is some of the situations where people can get released, and we will be expecting them to be released. It's because of conversations with Crown.
Thanks,
and we feel your frustration.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. There's no more questions. Thanks again for coming in and taking the time to be here. And another thank you to what you do each day and your team. So we appreciate it. So
thank you so much. I know that the support from Mayor and Council gets reiterated back and communicated back to the attachment, what seems to be on a daily basis. So for those that communicate that, thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate it. So
thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You as well.
I am just going to call like a 2-minute break, so don't go too far because I want to get right back into this. So April 29th. So our next order of business is 16.2, report from Fire Chief Capel. So I know often in the committee of the whole you bring reports and we don't always ask you to attend, but really wanted you to come in today as a thank you for what's been going on in the community. There's been a lot of structural fires, a lot more than what we're used to seeing. And really just the job you and your team are doing has been unbelievable. There's been 2 apartment buildings that I can speak to that you guys contained to 1 unit, which I don't even know if the community could understand what that does, but if those apartment buildings go up, like you're talking 40, 50 families in our community without homes. So it is really, I mean, it's unfortunate that it's happened, but your team has been unbelievable. The other day, I want to just touch on one thing is I was just driving out of town and there was a field fire. So I called Kevin just to see if you guys were aware. And by the time literally it was behind the old Gear Jammers building. By the time I got to Poos, I got a call back saying that you guys were already there and the fire was put out. So I just, want to reiterate to your team how amazing it is, but also to our community, right? I know firefighters can, it can be tough, right? I mean, you guys are going into places where everybody else is running away from. So we appreciate what you do, and it's really been impactful this year, and it is all the time. So I really just wanted you to come in and just share that we really do appreciate everything that your team does every day. So if you can just pass that thank you on to them, but also thank you to yourself. So.
For sure. I appreciate the kind words. Definitely these. Like I know last year we set a record for call volume, and this year we're obviously on pace to be close, if not more, because usually the busier season is starting to come up. But yeah, it's been a challenging first 4 months with the, like you said, the larger type fires. But thankfully, getting there at the time and just the quick thinking and of the ICs and the guys on crew, and then with everyone coming in to, like you said, contain it. That call you're talking about, that one grass fire when I got the call from Kevin when you were driving past or whatever, just as he was on the phone, all of a sudden the dispatch went off, the pagers went off for that grass fire. That's one thing I think a lot of people don't realize too is, sure, we're getting a little rain now, but like in 2 days it's going to be back to normal, and like we need sustained rain to get rid of the dry conditions. And there is a burn ban on. When we were out on Chaga Court the other night with that fire, during that fire we got called away, or some crews got called away to a grass fire at the same time, right, which does take away, you know, thankfully that it was contained to the room, but can you imagine if it was the full structure and then we have to send people away? So yeah, it's been challenging. The other kind of, like you said, bad news, good news type thing, it's very disheartening and sad when people lose their homes, but just the amount of saves of human life too. Like we've been very fortunate to pull out, 3 to 4 saves in the last few months too of people that are inside, which is huge for a department our size. I mean, most of the times you go to the fires and thankfully people are out. But, you know, in these instances they weren't. And the one fire where the young man was flown out, we had no clue anyone was in there. But did the search of the building right away, and you can't see nothing. The smoke, you're on your knees, and all of a sudden finding him. So stuff like that. Very proud of the department. It's been very busy, but at the same time gratifying for them as well. When you know they know, I know that their services aren't going unnoticed, and it's a kind of a feel good story. So yeah, it's been challenging, but at the same time good. So yeah, we appreciate your kind words. One other thing I'll make note of too is smoke alarms do save lives, and I mean that does definitely, we want to let the public know that, you know, every year check your batteries, make sure the smoke alarms are working, because that does save lives. And there's a lot of times when we do go to these buildings where they don't have any working smoke alarms. And yeah, this is talk about so dry. I think this is the first time in my career that we've gone to grass fires in January, February, March, April, yeah, but January, February, March, that's kind of not the norm for grass fires, but that's happened this year. So things are changing in that respect, but thank you very much for the kind words.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, and then we're in wildfire, you know, that there's all the restrictions on everything, but then you throw all these other structural fires, and yeah, I didn't touch on the saving lives, but I mean, that's the most important thing in what you guys do every day, right? And
yeah.
It's, I'm not gonna, you know, homes and those things, they can be replaced, but lives cannot, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, just really hats off to you guys. So
appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. So
thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. I did want to touch on one thing too, just behind you. The young students are from the South Peace Secondary School, so they are forming the Dawson Creek Student Council. So they're just in to hang out with us this morning. So this is awesome. Chief Capel. He's been with the department for quite a while.
26 years.
26 years, yeah. Almost as long as Kevin's been with the city, eh? Yeah. So he, Chief Capel is the chief of the fire department in town. So yeah, so this is the council.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you for taking the time to come over.
Take care.
All right. Our next order of business is 9 reports. 9.1 report number 24-048 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2023 draft financial statements. Councillor Parslow.
I'm actually going to move a recommendation here. That report number 24-048 from the CFO, read 2023 draft financial statements be received. Further, the Council approve the 2023 draft financial statements as presented. Further, that the 2023 audited financial statements be brought forward to be formally approved at the Council meeting on May the 13th, 2024.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald? Discussion? No? No? Okay, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 9.2, report number 24-053 from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding BC Transit Annual Operating Agreement 2024-2025. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that report number 24-053 from the Chief Administration Officer regarding BC Transit Annual Operating Agreement 2024/2025 be received. Further, the Council approved the BC Transit Annual Operating Agreement effective from April 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025 at the proposed cost of $373,000 and $373.09.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Do I have a second? Councillor Kempf, discussion? Councillor Earl.
I'd just like to note and maybe, I guess, invite comment from staff so we can understand fully what's happened here, because in my time on this council, I think this is the first time that the cost of a program has ever gone down without us cutting something. So I see that our cost delivered transit for the community is coming in at 18,307, or okay, the local transit. But I see the cost has come down almost $40,000 from the previous agreement. Just a bit of just trying to understand. It's great. I mean, usually the surprises we get around costs are unpleasant ones. So if you could do more of this, I guess that would be great. Kevin?
Through your worship, yeah, absolutely. Pleasant surprise. A couple things in there that I'm aware of. If there's more, Devin may be aware, but so first of all, they applied the $18,000, which was local transit fund, so that helped reduce costs. Mm-hmm. And then I also believe that there's been a shift in how the budgeting works with BC Transit, and so that has. I don't know, Devin, do you have anything more? No, I'm going off memory. This has been a shift that they've done that I think resulted in more accurate actuals. And I hate to say it in that frame, but it's a difference between the projected budget and the actuals, and how the savings were going to be incorporated. I can get more information.
Yeah, we
on how
pay the
that
lesser
went.
of the two or something, right?
Yeah, but the positive thing is it's less.
It's wonderful. So just, I guess, follow up, if I could, Your Worship, through you to staff. The budget amount for transit this year initially would have been the 417.17, presumably, for the 2024 budget year, correct?
Yeah, we would have budgeted the higher amount in advance.
So in that difference, I guess, unutilized would go back into general reserves, or would it be used for?
So this is in the general fund, so anything, it would end up into the accumulated surplus.
Okay. Just because I know at a previous meeting, we'd put in a grant approval or proposal for transit study. So just wondering if any supplementary funds were required in order to, help come to a better place with respect to a transit plan, if those would be made available, but they do go back into general revenue, right?
They'd be coming out of the same general fund. So, and the transit plan, obviously, we had the budget for that, and then we we had applied for that grant for the on-demand service that we were looking at. And so there were some additional monies needed there, but so this would certainly cover that as well. So.
Okay. Well, cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. I just had a question, I guess, Kevin, just for my own knowledge. I know years ago, like the transit system was reduced back a little bit. Do you recall what the cost was before?
So, through your worship, we, Council of the Day wanted to try and reduce the service to approximately half, 50% of what it was. The target was $350,000 budget for the city's portion. We didn't quite get there. We were, I think, 360, 380. And then we crept up to 400, and now, as you see, we're back to 370. So we're, again, doing fairly well. So at the time, the city's portion was right around 700,000 to 800,000. Total budget was 1.5 for transit.
Perfect, thank you. And then I did want to mention too, just our last meeting with BC Transit, they talked again about that pilot project, and clearly they got Dawson Creek on the radar. So I just wanted to give a shout out to yourself and Devin for voicing that to them, because they definitely are, it's on their radar, so thank you. Yep. All right, any other discussion? I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 9.3, report number 24-054 from the Community Culture and Recreation Manager regarding splash park engagement. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation, the report number 24-054 from the Community Culture and Recreation Manager regarding splash park engagement, which outlines the engagement strategy and the results of the splash park survey be received for information.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Do I have a second? Councillor Apollonio. I will call that to vote. Oh, but was there any, we can discuss after because it's received for information. Yeah. Vote is closed, and it's carried. So I guess, do we want to, like, did you want to have the team talk to it a little bit, or can we just open it up for questions or comments?
Yeah, so through your worship, I think, I suspect there will be questions, and Chelsea's there to speak to any particulars, or Ryan or myself, and I think it'd be a good opportunity.
Okay, perfect. I guess just before I open it to council, it was nice to see on here that there was almost 900 comments in our community that responded back to this, because I believe it's an important part of any decision we make that we're reaching out to our communities. So to see that much engagement, I mean, it's almost half as amount that come for an election. So it was definitely positive to see. So I just wanted to thank you to your team for that, and to Melissa wherever she's hiding. So I don't see her, but yeah, so thank you. But I will open it up for questions first. Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, there's so much I could comment on here that, but certainly, given our financial situation and our aspirations and so on, I was surprised if that no questions were put about the willingness to pay for this in that questionnaire. Everything that's additional is costing more money, and if you ask people what they want, they'll tell you exactly all the wonderful things that they want. But when it comes down to actually paying for it, that's a completely different conversation. So why was the decision made not to test the waters as to the desire of these respondents to pay for this service?
So through your worship, that question will come. It would be hard for staff to ask the public if they're willing to pay for something when we were unsure what that thing would be as far as there's so many factors that come into that as far as location, size, scope, all of that. So the thought was see what is important to the public as far as those topics, be able to take that information based on that, put some conceptual designs together, then come back. With the conceptual designs, we're able to put a dollar amount beside that. Then you can articulate that into a tax increase or however we want to articulate it and get it back out in front of them and say, okay, knowing what we know, is this something that you're still interested in and willing to fund?
I think too, just to jump in a little bit, the original, this goes back to our Parks and Rec master plan, which I think was the first and third thing on there that is a water feature in our community. So I think this is just listening to our community, but it does state in here on the second part of engagement is to ensure the community members have enough information about costs, timelines, and other implications to provide feedback. So I think once we have that and the cost, then we can go forward and be like, okay, well, this is going to be the cost to build it, but more importantly, this is going to be the cost to operate it. So is our community okay with that? So we're as transparent as possible that this will be the cost to our taxpayers for this. So, yeah.
Yeah, I can accept both comments. Thank you. The concern I have with this particular project, and don't get me, I think you know, I mean, I would have an outdoor swimming pool, a whole bunch if we had the money to do it, but this is also tempered for the fact that I don't think we've got the water. I mean, why are we engaging in this somewhat, and I don't mean to sound derogatory here, but make-believe? I mean, when we don't even have a secure water system and we're worried about firefighting, having enough water for firefighting, we're considering a splash park which uses a considerable amount of money and or resources if you have it recycled. And so that gives me a great deal of indigestion, you know. It's like, you know, well, we'd like to be part of settling the moon, but we don't have the rockets to do it. We don't, in this case, I don't think we have the water to do this. And that's my big concern. And I think until we get the water issue sorted, I would part this and revisit it I revisit with enthusiasm if we had our water supply system taken care of. Thank you.
So through your worship, couple of things there. So staff is only following through on the direction of council, which was, you know, so council's considering a splash park. Staff is doing the work to bring information to the public and back to council, so we're doing that. I think, yes, you're correct on the water side. This year, last year, this year, we've been in a drought, and that's an issue. But I think going through the planning process and looking longer term, I think is important. Things, you know, we will do work on the water side as well, but I think we need to have a longer vision here. Again, going back to the planning process, it's hugely important to the public. So even if we go through the process and we gather all the information, but you know, this year, next year isn't the time to build it, it's valuable information. And that's part of the communication with the public as we go through it. So I still think it's valuable. I still think we have that opportunity to, we have checkpoints along the way. And if we get to a point where we say it's not a viable project, then council will have that opportunity. Again, depending on the system that we look at. If it's a flow-through system, I agree, that's a lot of water. That would be foolish to enter in a year like this. If it's a recycling system and it uses a fraction of the water of a flow-through system, but at a higher operational expense, those are things that we can consider.
Thanks, Kevin. I just got Councillor Earl. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I appreciate the report. I appreciate the detail and how it's laid out. I think I'm, seeing some of the kind of vague consensus that's emerging around people want it located downtown for the most part. They want, some of the comments when you go through it, like, don't cheap out. It's like, makes you want to pull your hair out, because if people understood comparatively what we as a community spend on recreation and cultural services compared to other rural communities with 12,000 people, I think the would maybe reconsider those comments. So I appreciate this. To Kevin's point, I do think it's good to understand what the community wants, and as we look forward to the future. But I would echo some of the sentiments expressed by Councillor Parslow. The optics of doing a deep dive, no pun intended, into a water park when we're in the middle of a drought are challenging, right? It does give the appearance of opulence, or that we're not, as we prioritize the issues that are truly important to us as a government, as a community, water security is obviously paramount. There's not many things we absolutely have to do as a municipal government. Water is one of them. So I guess I'd take the opportunity to reassure the community that as we, look at this as one of the many items on today's agenda we've considered, it's not, taking priority over the long-term other interests of the community. I guess I'd also note that anytime you get public engagement is a good thing, and I would never want to minimize that. I guess my one piece of critical feedback I'd push back onto the public is we had a public budget consultation 2 months ago, and one person showed up, and that has to do with the annual funding of the city and our ability to afford or not afford things like this. That conversation starts much, much sooner than this survey. So while I appreciate everybody having an opinion on the shiny new fun thing, the time to begin thinking about these initiatives is well beforehand. And I wish we had this kind of public engagement when it comes to budgeting or other initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. I just want to touch on a little bit what everybody said, but I get the situation we're in today. This isn't about today. This is about getting the information so we can make a decision for the future of our community. This isn't for last year, today, yesterday. This is for 40 years down the road. So I support moving forward, getting the information. I also can look at that, yeah, some people don't come out for other things, but we had 900 comments. That is a positive thing. And I will embrace that and support it, that we are bridging the gap between us and the community, and we're listening. And hats off to your team, Kevin, for getting that maybe that direction from us as a council, but you guys are the one executing it. So to get that many comments, like Councillor Earl said, we had one for public. This is a start. This is 900 for something that people are passionate about. So I support moving forward and getting the information to the table so we can get the proper information to our residents, to staff, to our council, and we can make a decision. So thank you.
So through your worship, just one thing. So as it's indicated in the report, the plan is to move forward and for us to come back to council in August after some further engagement. If council feels differently, now's the time to let us know, because staff is very busy and this is a big piece of work, and we're not going to go down the road if council doesn't want to. So I just, again, if we're gonna do that unless we hear differently.
Yeah. Thanks, Kevin. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I agree with the Mayor that it's worth continuing getting the information. We have the community engagement right now. we should continue to follow through now. I think it is very clear in engagement activity 2, point number 4, have the community recognize that this project is yet to be approved by mayor and council, that there will be other factors in making a decision about a splash park, i.e. our water usage, etc., funding. My only concern with the report, though, was the next line that states that this report will identify the splash park location. Will staff bring us back options, or will it be this is the spot and yes or no on that spot? Or will we have multiple options presented?
So I'm going to just kick it over to Chelsea Ryan to see what their process or what their thoughts are on that.
Welcome, Chelsea.
Awesome. So through your worship, it's a great question. And I answer it with it's a great question because our team is going to come back to the drawing board. So our survey just closed the Friday before I wrote the report. Our team will get together tomorrow and we're going to start really digging into that. Because when we start putting together conceptual designs and costs, we either have to decide on a location to give better costs analysis, or I have to broaden the range of costs and provide options for multiple locations. So it is a little bit up to the team and or if I get direction here, to be able to put together how that engagement looks. So if we choose a location, it's much easier to communicate cost and range of costs. But if we leave the location more vague, the costs and the feedback we're going to get on our costs is also going to be more vague and it's going to be a little more loose. So that's my answer back.
Thanks, Chelsea. Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Parslow.
I guess this comment relates to the really nice development of the pickleball courts and badminton and future plans for outdoor basketball court. I've just been scanning your report again. Somewhere in my mind, there's some response around washrooms. Doesn't matter. I just want to put a plea or state that if we're going to do anything, I do believe we need to have proper washrooms at the existing new developments. And I think from the point of view of stewardship of funds, it would be wise to have consider any future splash park would also benefit from those washrooms, because putting washrooms in is an expensive factor, especially if we make them year-round washrooms. And given our changing climate, where we now have a stronger shoulder seasons, I would argue for the year-round washroom as being necessary for the new part that's been put in at Kin Park and the basketball. That be a major consideration in the location of the splash park. Because again, I think, am I correct, Chelsea, that in this report there was comments around washrooms? Yes. Yeah. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow.
And by the way, I appreciate your answer, Kevin, Jeremy, and even yours.
Thank you. I was waiting for your approval.
I can live with it. That's what I'm trying to say. I can live with it with some enthusiasm.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl?
Thank you. Just really quickly, I also see in the appendix of the report that over 20% of the respondents were from outside the city of Dawson Creek, chiefly the village of Pouce-Coupe and electoral area D. At what point in the process, as we are moving ahead with it, do we anticipate bringing them into the conversation and having any hypothetical facility included in the recreation funding they provide? Because if this is something that obviously their residents are viewing as a regional amenity, it only then makes sense that a portion of that cost be covered by their residents. So at what point do we invite them into the conversation as part of this planning?
So through your worship, I mean, this is really the discussion on sub-regional rec. That's really what it is. So the mechanism is in place, and so I think it's just another discussion that we have with the regional district on that topic. So,
Thanks, Councillor Earl. I just had one other comment when I was just reading through a lot of them. Like there was a lot of mention of White Court's facility in there. So I'm assuming, is that something that you've looked into or your team has looked into? I don't know much about it, but I've heard a lot about it from you here at numerous times. And yeah, I even spoke to the, I think maybe she's still the mayor, the past mayor there, but about the whole project and how the whole community is like clearly passionate about it. So.
Yeah, so through your worship, I definitely agree with you. Fort St. John and White Court were both brought up as precedented splash park locations. So actually this morning I was just digging into their different locations. So looking up, who built the splash park, because that's a really good, then you can start walking down the conversation of what does it require? What type of system does it require for those types of features? So I think it'll help us in guiding what type of features and amenities we can look for and integrate back into the planning process. So we'll be digging into that this week and next week with our team.
Okay, well,
Yep.
Thanks, Chelsea. All right, any other discussion? No? All right, thank you. I am gonna break for lunch, so we'll be back in around 12:45 with Committee of the Whole for Monday, April 29th, 2024, back to order. So our next order of business was 9.4. We have report number 24-055 from the Capital Project Manager regarding invitation to tender 2014-16 Capital Roadworks, 96th Avenue, 8th Street to 13th Street. Councillor Parslow.
I move the report number 24-055 from the Capital Projects Manager re-invitation to tender 2024-16 Capital Roadworks 96th Avenue, 8th Street to 13th Street be received. Further, Council award the invitation to tender 2024-16 Capital Roadworks 96th Avenue, 8th Street to 13th Street to Swamp Donkey Oilfield Services for the tendered price of $4,644,395.62.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Do I have a second? Councillor Sednick, discussion? Councillor Parslow, did you have anything?
No, but not related to this. But Swamp Donkey's done some good work for us recently in this line, and good report. So I'm pleased it's a local group that's got the work.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship.
Oh, just one sec. We'll try that again. There we go.
Okay, thank you. One note, obviously, to see the bid come in below the allocated budget is great. I guess just one question for my own volition, given that we did engage in borrowing as part of the Capital Road Works program this isn't included in this budget. Okay, good. I was going to ask if that was designated specific to this road or what, but no. It's a moot point. Thank you. Yay us.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Thanks, Councillor Earl. I just had one question. This is maybe just a memory refresh, but one, it's nice to see it under budget. But in the previous years on these projects, do they usually fit within those parameters, or do we go over budget much, like with change orders, or is it pretty,
So through your worship, we've been pretty tight on budgeting the last number of years, and I don't recall any significant overages. And often within the capital, like paving, for instance, the program, you'll see, you'll have room within this budget, and some will go under and some might go slightly over, but overall we fit it in within that paving program. But it's nice to see these numbers come in a little bit lower. I know there were some changes to some pipe on, I think, the storm sewer or sanitary sewer that certainly helped us in that pricing. So yeah, it's all positive.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, no other questions? I will call the motion. Oh, Councillor Parslow?
Just the rest of the 96th Avenue, is that slated for next year?
So through your worship, this is the second half of it.
Oh,
So the first half was done previous year. Actually, it was done not in 23, but I believe in 22.
Okay.
At any rate, this is the second half. So this will complete this project from 8th Street to 17th.
Okay, so this is not the avenue that has this extraordinarily wide sidewalk.
No, that is on 95th.
And that's 95th. So this is having a regular sized sidewalk?
Yeah.
So
as
I won't
understand.
have to get lots of phone calls about it, eh?
Well, you might.
No, it might do. Are you going to do anything unusual with it? A different pattern of concrete or what?
Nothing unusual that I'm aware of.
I've been getting a lot of positive feedback on the sidewalks on 95th lately. Okay. Perfect. Because last year, this is the street where they Hydro came in and did the power. Yeah, I got it ready for this, so yeah. Okay. I will call this to motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, next order of business, 9.5. We have report number 24-056 from the Communication and Engagement Manager regarding City of Dawson Creek Marketing Campaign RFP 2024-03. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move the report number 24-056 from the Communications and Engagement Manager regarding RFP 2024-03 City of Dawson Creek Marketing Campaign be received. Further, the Council award RFP 24-03 City of Dawson Creek Marketing Campaign to Partners and Hawes Marketing Consulting Incorporated for the sum of $141,418.19, including taxes.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Do I have a second? Councillor Kemp, discussion. I had one. I was just wondering, I don't know if you can or if maybe Melissa could just give a brief overview of what we could expect from this. Welcome, Melissa.
Thank you. Through your worship, are you looking for a brief overview of the whole campaign process and building that?
No, or just even like if this was approved, what does this mean after this
For
is
the
complete?
evaluation process.
Yeah.
All right. So for this RFP, we had an evaluation committee put together, and that we all reviewed everything separately and came to the conclusion of Partner and Hawes Marketing. What you can expect is a full range of marketing initiatives. So they will assist us in building a marketing strategy, which is a really important piece that we haven't had for a number of years. And then from that, we will enter into creative development. So the marketing team is actually going to work alongside city staff and come up with a couple different, maybe 2 to 3 different ideas for how we can market Dawson Creek. At that point, I don't have it in the report there, but I would like to come back and give council a little overview of what those 2 or 3 possibilities are, so you can expect that. And then from there, they would go into the building and filming process.
And that's all part of this, like the filming and
Yes, it's all
building the
included.
ads?
Yeah. In addition, they've also included ad buying. So any ads purchased at the end of this campaign in order to launch it are included in this price.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parslow.
What's the home base for this company?
They are based out of Vancouver.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And if there's no other discussion, I will go. Councillor Parslow, were you wanting to?
No, just
Oh, okay. I'll call this motion. I'll call this motion to vote. He likes to sneak in at the end, so I wanted to make sure I was prepared there. Vote is closed. And it's carried. All right, next order of business, 9.6. We have report number 24-057 from the Development Service Manager regarding 720 115th Avenue remedial action request from owner for extension. Councillor Earl. Oh, just one sec. Councillor Earl, it's not liking my finger with your name there today, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move the recommendation that report number 24-057 from the Development Services Manager regarding 720 115th Avenue remedial action request from owner for extension be received. Further, that council grant the owner an extension to July 31st, 2024 to have the remedial action requirements passed by council at the regular council meeting held on Monday, April 15th, 2024 completed.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick? Discussion? No, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. Next, we have 9.7, memo from corporate officer regarding intersection safety camera program expansion, NCLGA resolution amendment. Councillor Kempf.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the proposed motion that Council accept the suggested amendment by the UBCM Resolution Allen List to the previously adopted Intersection Safety Camera Program Extension Resolution to remove, particularly in northern central British Columbia, as at the end of the recommendation, as it would be considered too regional in nature from a province-wide audience at the Union of British Columbia Municipalities Conference. Whereas due to the high frequency of crashes at intersections in British Columbia, the province implemented an intersection safety camera ISC program to save lives and reduce injuries. And whereas the ISC program consists of 140 red light and speed cameras at high-risk intersections in British Columbia, with only one of the locations being in north central British Columbia, thus limiting the opportunity of remote municipalities to use red light or speed cameras as a traffic safety feature. Therefore, be it resolved that the North Central Local Government Association lobby the provincial government to extend the intersection safety camera program.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald? Any discussion? No. All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, so I'm going to go back in the agenda to, once I find it here. Back to 2.6, we have Jennifer Nichol, consultant in attendance regarding presentation of the community tourism plan. So, welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you, Your Worship.
You can just push the button when you sit down there, and then I will turn your mic on. Just that one in the front there, if you push it. Yep. Perfect. Welcome. Yeah. So the floor is all yours. So
Great. Well, thank you for having me, and nice to see some familiar faces here. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yep. I have some slides, so I'll direct your attention to the front here. In terms of the presentation outline, this is regarding the community tourism plan, first of all, that's been developed from September to March with input from many participants from Dawson Creek and elsewhere. In terms of what I'd like to present today, first of all, setting the context. So introduction, big picture context, what's happening in northern BC and Dawson Creek, a destination overview for Dawson Creek, some of the key strengths and constraints that resulted from our workshops and interviews, planning considerations. So what did this all tell us? And then I think the main focus of the presentation today is the second part, which is looking to the future. So what is the vision, what are the goals and the projects to move tourism forward in Dawson Creek, and then next steps and discussion. So just to acknowledge, this is a project funded through Destination British Columbia and Pacific Economic Development Canada. And through this program last year, 10 communities in BC were selected to have tourism plans created. So Dawson Creek was one of 2 in northern BC. Kitimat was the other one. The intention's to provide a roadmap for community tourism and help diversify and grow economies. So in terms of the purpose specifically for Dawson Creek's community tourism plan, get tourism back on track. So capitalize on your amazing tourism assets, emphasize coordination, development, and marketing, build on previous good work that's been done over the last 10 or more years, support the city's strategic priorities, and then tie in with some really great stuff that's happening in northern BC regarding destination development. So the process spanned from September last year right through to March, with project planning, engagement, research analysis, and then the tourism plan completed in March. Engagement was foundational for our process. So we had 2 in-person workshops with 35 participants in total, 17 interviews, and then we had a vision survey where stakeholders could vote on the vision of their choice, and we had 50 respondents to the vision survey. So the big picture context, what's happening in northern BC and within the city that makes this make sense. So the timing is great for a renewed focus on tourism in Dawson Creek. Destination development in northern BC. Over the last 8 years, there have been 2 10-year destination development strategies, one in the northeast and one in the northwest. And since 2019, there's been ongoing implementation of key priorities. Right now, we're just completing the development of a Northern BC regional development strategy. And that one is probably going to be completed in the next month or so. And then there's ongoing implementation and branding that's supported by Northern BC Tourism, Indigenous Tourism BC, and Destination British Columbia. These are the covers for the Northeast and Northwest destination development strategies. And just a note that the Alaska Highway was a priority focus for the Northeastern Destination Development Strategy. Other guiding documents that form the context for your community tourism plan are the Great Northern Circle Route Signage Master Plan completed in 2022. And this provides signage, design, and standards for the Great Northern Circle Route and other routes in northern BC. And implementation is currently underway. So this is a very important guiding document. Another one is the Northern BC Thematic Framework, which tells stories about the North in various areas based on input from residents and people throughout the North. And of note is that elevating the Alaska Highway experience was a key focus for the Peace region within this thematic framework. Northern BC destination signage, currently installing 40 signs in 17 locations across the north. In Dawson Creek, there are 2 sign types, a primary iconic sign that features the Alaska Highway and a pillar sign that provides more information about the area. So the examples here are for the Muskwa-Kachika area. The ones for Dawson Creek are currently draft, so I'm not showing them at this time, but they should be completed soon. Another key initiative is Destination BC's Invest in Iconic strategy, which is taking place around the province, and you can see the different regions that are having strategies developed around iconics. The Great Wilderness is the new brand for the North, and you can see that up at the top there. The Great Wilderness and then the Rainforest to Rockies are the first 2 of these that have strategies that are being developed. And these should be completed in the near future. And this ties in with the Northern BC Regional Destination Development Strategy. So that's the image for the Great Wilderness brand that's been developed. And you'll be hearing more about the Great Wilderness brand from Destination BC, Northern BC Tourism in the near future. Another key piece that's very important for the context for our tourism plan are the strategic priorities of the city, of which you're very familiar with. These all tie together nicely, and they develop and complement tourism very well. So this is very important to our community tourism plan as well. Destination overview for Dawson Creek. I'll just present highlights here. So Peace region characteristics, these are noted in the thematic framework that I mentioned earlier. self-sufficient spirit, indigenous connection to the land, fertile soil and agricultural heritage, majestic Peace River, history of fur, wood, oil, and gas, and then, of course, the Alaska Highway heritage. Some key tourism and travel characteristics for Dawson Creek. Now, this is all provided by the stakeholders who are involved in this process. Easy access to the outdoors, natural spaces, and parks. Main leisure experiences being touring, outdoor adventure, heritage and culture, primarily self-guided, and then, of course, business travel is an important sector within the travel and tourism industry here. Great facilities to support tourism and travel. Event and sport hosting facilities, hotels with over 986 rooms, RV and campgrounds. Touring, also a key characteristic. This is the Great Northern Circle Route, which includes the Alaska Highway. And of note, there has been more focus on shorter circle routes. So one that includes Dawson Creek, Tumbler Ridge, Chetwynd, Hudson's Hope, and other areas here, which can be further developed. And that's part of the emphasis of our community tourism plan. Strengths and constraints that were highlighted by participants. Key strengths are Mile Zero and the Alaska Highway, your heritage and cultural assets, the trail through town, nature, friendly community, great customer service, agricultural heritage, and hotels and event hosting facilities. Some of the key constraints that were put forward: lack of organized guided tourism experiences, need for more to see and do, both guided and self-guided. Downtown revitalization is needed. Lack of sustainable funding model for tourism. Some lack of understanding about the value of tourism that it can bring to the community. Transportation and access, a distance from major urban markets, and the current lack of passenger flights to Dawson Creek. So that's a snapshot of much of the research and input that I received. So based on the above, the key planning considerations are regional planning context. So the context is great for community tourism planning. Economic diversification and growth. So tourism can contribute to this within Dawson Creek. Stable funding and governance is needed. Touring is a primary draw with the Alaska Highway. Opportunities to further engage these visitors and keep them longer, and emphasis on shorter circle routes as well. Location, challenge, distance from large markets. Opportunity, there's an opportunity related to this being the regional hub for the Northeast. And also locationally, Mile Zero. Self-guided experiences primarily at this time, business travel a key segment, and event hosting opportunities. So those are the key planning considerations that went into the hopper, and then we collectively developed vision, goals, and projects to help move things forward and address constraints and opportunities. So the vision, which presents a preferred future state for tourism in Dawson Creek. This was developed and voted upon. So the vision is Dawson Creek, Mile Zero of the iconic Alaska Highway journey, is the year-round event and service center for the Northeast. Here, travelers can discover the wonders of the Peace region, big skies, wildlife, northern lights, epic outdoor adventure, diverse heritage, and rich indigenous culture. The journey is complemented by a vibrant downtown offering northern hospitality, local cuisine, craft breweries, unique shops, and entertainment to create lasting memories. So this is the vision for the future. So how do we get there? 6 goals were defined, and I'll just highlight them here and then I'll delve a little deeper into each of them. So stable governance and funding, downtown core, a must-see attraction, visitors enticed to stay longer, regional collaboration, event hosting hub of the Northeast, and then effective marketing and visitor servicing. So the first goal, stable governance and funding are provided for tourism. There are 4 projects that are highlighted here, and I'll mention that the actual planning document has a lot more detail regarding each of these projects. The first project is to establish a sustainable funding model. The second one, an effective governance model. The third one, effective, stable management structure. And then fourth, develop and use a simple dashboard to monitor and communicate tourism performance. So this is a foundational goal that will help set the stage and enable Dawson Creek to action the other goals and projects. So just a bit of history on the funding model. So funding has primarily been provided by the city, with some supplemental funding provided by programs from Destination BC, Northern BC Tourism. Management has been both in-house and or contracted over the years to another entity. At this time it is in-house. Collaboration and program support, which is very important to communities in the north, has been provided by Northern BC Tourism and also Destination BC. So the second goal, Dawson Creek's downtown core is a hub and a must-see attraction. So there are 6 projects here, and the first one relates to improving parking, so providing parking options to help visitors have easy access to services, businesses, attractions. And I know the city has a parking strategy, and this can tie in nicely with that. The second project, create and implement a signage strategy. And again, I know your OCP consultation and other work you've done has been looking at signage. And this also ties in what Northern BC's tourism is doing regarding signage in the north. So it ties in nicely with that. Project 3, continually improve services, facilities, amenities for the downtown core to entice visitors to spend more time in the community. Number 4, continually upgrade accessibility of facilities and infrastructure. 5, revitalize the Heritage Walking Tour, featuring the Heritage Sites Walk and the murals. And then the 6th one, provide, I can't quite read it, signage and or support to encourage hosting of events, festivals, and activities in the downtown area. So this is looking at revitalizing downtown by, for example, relocating the farmers market to the downtown area, other events, other festivities to really revitalize the downtown. So the next goal is visitors are enticed to stay 2 or more nights in Dawson Creek. So at this time, the data shows us that most visitors stay 1 or fewer nights, most leisure visitors. So the first project, establish a working group to collectively develop tourism experiences that will keep people here longer. So the working group would involve a number of stakeholders who are interested in this particular initiative. And then project C2, identify potential programs and experience development services to provide expertise and guidance to the working group. So Destination British Columbia and Northern BC Tourism do have some programs they're developing and potential funding to help develop more experiences for communities. So that would that's something that this working group could benefit from. Goal D, Dawson Creek benefits from collaboration with regional destinations and attractions. So the first project looks at working with Northern BC Tourism and Destination BC to ensure that you're involved in key initiatives such as the Great Northern Circle Route Signage Master Plan and related experience development. The second project relates to winter tourism and snowmobiling. So currently there is a snowmobiling circuit plan that's being developed. Tumbler Ridge is very much involved in other communities, but if Dawson Creek is interested, they could be involved and be part of this circuit, which could draw regional visitors from parts of Northern BC, but also from Alberta. And the third one, collaborate with regional communities to identify tourism experiences that are connected and could be featured as the best of the piece. And I know that other communities and attractions in this area are interested in collaborating to develop these types of experiences. The fifth goal, Goal E, Dawson Creek elevates itself as the event hosting hub of the Northeast. Now, you have a strong history and strong capability that supports this goal, and the first project here is to establish a dedicated sport tourism events conventions office to oversee this with 1 or 2 FTEs and funding. The second project, establish a portfolio of pre and post tours. So when people come here for conference or sporting events, encourage them to come early or stay longer through different types of experiences and tours. The third project, optimize opportunities to attract high-profile entertainment and events. And I know that you have a history of doing this, so this is elevating that even further. 4, optimize opportunities to grow sport tourism by creating an annual plan for sport tourism. And I know you've had sport tourism strategies in the past, so this would be looking at that as a base. The fifth one, optimize opportunities to attract regional conferences and meetings by creating an annual plan. And there are conferences that are that rotate amongst communities in the north and within BC that you can potentially attract with the right strategy in place. And then 6, monitor and report on the results of hosting these types of events. So demonstrating that the investment is worthwhile. And the final goal relates to developing an annual marketing and visitor servicing plan to guide marketing and visitor service investments. And this is ongoing right now, but this would formalize it a bit more. And it may change a bit depending on the funding and governance model and any changes you might make to that in the future, because there are programs for funding that require certain structures for a marketing plan. So the first one is to develop the plan. The second one is to monitor the results of annual marketing and visitor servicing plan. So those are the goals and projects. Where to now, next steps. So review with stakeholders, and this evening we are hosting an event where we are presenting to the stakeholders who are interested and who have been involved in the process. So we're doing that this evening. Assess funding and governance models. That's foundational to the overall community tourism plan, so that's a key next step. Confirm key priorities, and then prepare annual action plans based on the priorities and measure and report on results. So those are the immediate next steps. And that's it for the presentation side, but I welcome any questions or discussion, anything that requires clarification.
Perfect. Well, thanks, Jennifer. Thanks for the presentation and coming down to present to us. So I will open it up to council. There's a lot of information there, so.
Yes.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. There was lots of discussions there about, or suggestions about governance and funding. Governance, can you explain that a little bit further, what the governance would look like, and then what true funding options you would foresee for us?
Yeah, so this needs further exploration, and I know that the City of Dawson Creek has explored this in the past, but one of the key funding options out there that over 60 communities in British Columbia are using is the Municipal Regional District Tax, which is an additional tax on hotel rooms. And this then is funded through the city and funds an organization. And through that, there is a governance structure that needs to be established. So if that was a funding model that were to be used, then the funding model and the parameters around that would help sort of establish the governance structure, which would include a board. And it's quite specific about the types of organizations and representatives that need to be on that board. That's one main funding model. The funding model that's been used has been very much city-driven. So the city has provided funding over the years. And with the municipal regional district tax, it's often supplemented by some additional city funding for some initiatives. So it's to be determined in terms of discussions that would be forthcoming in terms of the types of funding models and governance.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship, and thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciate it, and much of it does kind of speak to some of the strategic priorities we've identified as a council. A couple thoughts. Obviously, your mention of the MRDT is something that we've made a couple attempts to move forward with. One of the challenges we find here is that much of our local hospitality sector is organized around accommodating mobile transient workforces industry, and many of the hoteliers aren't keen on the prospect of increasing the price to their patrons in order to fund tourism, which to many of them seems like a bit of a kind of pie in the sky, esoteric, nice to have, but it's not paying the bills. So your point about articulating the value of tourism.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, the value of tourism, yes, there's the economic driver, but there's also the quality of life piece, because all of the tourist amenities we invest in also double as quality of life amenities for the local residents who live here, and thus enrich their life living here, and that which goes back to attracting and retaining professionals. So that's, I'm not sure how we begin to unravel that knot. It is a knot that we are, I think, going to have to unravel if we're going to land upon a stable funding model. Another piece, I guess, where we more as rural communities are challenged in these a sustainable tourism model has to do with, I think, just capacity and human capital and the continuity of service, because generally speaking, it's such a sparsely staffed, whether it's here Fort St. John, Tumbler Ridge, what have you, it's not a deep bench of employees who have those skill sets, who have that experience, who have that knowledge. So if you get, which oftentimes happens, somebody demonstrates they're really good at it, and they move on to something bigger and better, which you're always happy for them, but the person who backfills that position might not have those same skill sets. And then you end up having to kind of start over, or you lose a key piece of that model or program that then undermines its sustainability, because, people aren't seeing the same results. They're less willing to fund it, and it's almost like this negative feedback loop that starts. So I'm not, that is, as I see it, is another big challenge, is how do we not just locally but regionally maintain that continuity and that knowledge base and have a consistent standard of service so that we're not running into this problem again and again and again, and we're not inadvertently undermining the ability to build on this, I guess. And I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, or if it's something you see in other communities you work with, and how much of a factor that is.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge throughout with the smaller rural communities around British Columbia, so not just in the north. And you addressed a number, layers of issues there, challenges, but I would say that, and I know there are next steps regarding exploring the MRDT that Ryan is heading up, but I think that if you do establish something like the MRDT, you do have a governance structure and a board, and you have processes, and you have requirements for how you do your planning. And it's not onerous, but I'm just saying the structures and processes that are in place, the reporting that's required, and then the board that's established will help when, for example, there may be turnover in some key positions related to the tourism function. That's one thing I would say. So that would help with some stability, I think. But the other thing is also, I think Northern BC Tourism is a great resource, and they're very dedicated. They're based in Prince George, but they have people in Fort St. John, and they also have people in, in the Smithers area. But I think using them more as a resource will be helpful, and some of these bigger context initiatives in the north will help with capacity building, I think, as well, with the programs that are going on. So I think there's some really good opportunities to build that capacity and hopefully a bit more stability going forward.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Any other questions? Well, thank you for presenting. There's definitely a lot of information there, and a lot going on with the city. It definitely meets a lot of our strategic priorities and direction. And tourism is big, right? So I look forward to the next steps. And I did get to go to one of the when you presented or when you were gathering the information. So it was pretty amazing to see. I think that one I was at had 20 plus people at it, but it was really amazing to see the engagement from the stakeholders and the business owners, and it was good. So, yeah, and I guess, is there an ask right now? Right? No, it's just more for information. Yeah, okay.
Great.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Parslow, he likes to sneak in right at the end there. So. Councillor Parslow.
First of all, I think the report is very nicely presented. For me, it doesn't contain anything new than what I've heard for many, many years. I think, who developed the vision statement, by the way? Was it the stakeholders who were involved?
There was a second workshop in January. We had, I think, about 30 participants, and we went through a visioning exercise where I got input from everybody. And based on that, we developed two options. So it was with input from everybody, and then everyone got to vote, had an opportunity to vote. And we had 50 people who voted on one of two vision options.
Yeah. So, like one thing that stood out for me that I really have struggled with is the use of the word majestic peace. The peace is a disruptive river. It's a series of lakes. So I just feel that it was majestic. It was exhilarating once upon a time in parts, but it's now a series of dams. And so I find that stands out for me as something peculiar to use that of a highly disrupted river. The other part of it, you're talking to the future, which is correct. I think that's a good lens on this. But I see a defossilized energy sector. And so in this view of emphasis on touring and will require massive infrastructure change in the north, which I don't see on the distant horizon. So I just think that's in the heydays when you had family members of people who built the Alaska Highway and all that stuff, that's all gone. And I find that the touring paradigm needs to be, I don't think it's realistic, given the price of fossil fuels and the eventual electrification of everything, right? So I question all that as well. Anyway, very nicely presented report.
Thank you.
I mean that. Thank
Good
you.
points you raised, too. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Well, thank you again.
Okay.
We appreciate you coming down, and good luck tonight. And
Thank you.
what time does it start tonight? It's at 5:30, is it?
5:30?
5:30, yeah.
Yeah. You're welcome to come.
Perfect. And it's at the
Fix.
okay. Fix Urban Girls. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you. I will.
All right, our next order of business is 10 bylaws. We have 10.1 fees and charges amendment bylaw for consideration of adoption. Councillor Kemp, second. Councillor McDonald, I will call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 10.2, we have report number 24-049 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding tax rate bylaw number 4581, 2024 for consideration of first three readings. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation, the report number 24-049 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding tax rates bylaw number 4581, 2024 be received. Further, that the tax rates bylaw number 4581, 2024 be given first three readings.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald, any discussion? No, I will call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. One opposed, Councillor Parslow. All right, next order of business, 11, Mayor's Business, 11.1, Mayor's Update. I feel like I've been really busy lately, and then I looked at my list, and it wasn't like I was doing a lot, but I was. First off, I had the pleasure of being invited to the Peter Pan play, which was put on at the Quantum Performing Arts Center by the homeschooled students. So Kara Funk and a team there and there was must have been 40 kids in the play. It was at least 2 hours, maybe a little bit longer, but just an unbelievable play in our community. And it was sold out both days. They did a Friday night and a Saturday during the day. So I don't know what the sellout is there, but it had to be 250 plus people in there. It was full. But they put on an unbelievable show. And this was youth from the age of, I'm guessing, from 5 to 18, but it was a wide variety. And yeah, they nailed it. They did, just to see the confidence of those youth up there, acting and doing things, was very inspirational. So I just wanted to give a shout out to them. And just another, amazing thing for our community. And, it was well attended. So it was amazing to see. And, just more into that arts and cultural piece, right? It was really nice. I also attended, I guess it was a presentation on the Center of Excellence for Children and Youth. So this is an initiative started by the Haida First Nations about a Center of Excellence, really facility to help children and youth with, whether it be whatever it is to help them with, whether it's mental health or addiction or just everything, really a welcoming facility to just to enhance the North and to help our youth and children. So it's in the initial stages, so it was more like a consultation thing. They were getting information. There was probably 30 people in attendance, lots of the youth leaders in the community, just about what they would like to see in the facility and just a lot of different things. So the provincial government is helping with this consultation. They want a report back to what the vision of this is and what it looks like. So it was great to attend and be part of that. I was also attended an autism awareness banquet, which was another amazing thing. Any of those things to me, I get to go to them and I get to listen and I get more education. Really is what it was. So it was a fundraising banquet that they were doing for accessible playgrounds for children with autism and some disabilities. So for them, it was really just about bringing the awareness to the community. It was, again, extremely well attended. It was full. And like our community, as always, they had a silent auction there, and it was overwhelming how much stuff was donated by our community to help them. So there was, I don't know how much they raised, but I think it was fairly significant. And also had some conversations, and I know they've had conversations with Ryan previously, but also with Kevin as well, just to make sure that we're, bridging that communication. They really want to work with the city on coming together to, the city's been investing in, our parks and rec and playgrounds, so they wanted to work together. So that was amazing. open door senior hall, I just touched on this the other day. We did an open, or not the other day, this morning. I touched on it with Staff Sergeant Hughes was here, but I did an open door visit just to the seniors hall. They have a Monday luncheon, so we just went and joined them for lunch, spoke for a few minutes, and really just had lunch and had a lot of one-on-one dialogue with seniors. There was probably about 80 seniors in there, and really just answered questions. There was no intent. I guess there was no formal way we did it. We just sat down and had lunch with people. We visited with them. We moved around, talked, and afterwards, the staff sergeant was saying, "Oh, it would have been nice to be up front where they could ask questions." But when we were talking to the seniors there, honestly, it was better this way because we could just feel free to be open and ask questions. So it was really good. It was good. It was well attended. Lots of questions, lots of feedback. It was good. And I did, the positive part of it, actually. There was multiple comments that I got from some seniors about how the city offers, the rock sweeping and assisting with that, but also some water things that some of the seniors maybe can't do anymore that allows them to stay in their homes longer. But I wasn't aware, and Joe from our city, was a couple comments actually specific to him and his department on how amazing they are to deal with and how much they help the seniors out. So I was aware of the rock sweeping on lawns, but I wasn't aware of all the other stuff. So I did let Kevin know that, and then he shared a bit more about it. So I didn't know. So, hats off to the city for doing those things. So, UBCM minister meetings, we need to start thinking about that. So I think June 15th is our deadline, but I think the next council meeting, we need a list by next, which is Friday actually at noon, I believe, is the cutoff. We need a list sent in with different ministers that we feel we need to reach out to at UBCM and why. So it can be brief. It doesn't need to be like a long report, but we got to start getting that list together right away. So if you can send that in to Kathy by this Friday, you can touch base, and then a report will come to council. Then we can discuss it. We can add and take away. So community awards, another exciting thing. So we had our back to where we were celebrating the community awards in a gala type form this year, and it was an amazing turnout. So the Community Futures Board has, they want to move forward with it. So Sue Kenny is going to look after it again for this year, and it's been announced. Actually, they've set a date, so it's going to be November 7th this year. They're going to start doing it the present year that it's in. So November 7th, if you can mark in your calendars, will be the Community Awards for 2024. So another thing I wanted to touch on, I was chatting with a few of the councillors, but Councillor McDonald reached out to me yesterday, and I'm not on social media much, but I get a lot of the community dialogue and stuff gets forwarded to me through the councillors and through Melissa. So thank you for that. But there's been a lot of sports teams lately and youth that have won. There was one with the science project, whether it be basketball, hockey provincials, the female volleyball in our community, like this last couple of months, the amount of events they've attended and gold medals. I know there's another team that's traveling down south of the border for a big event. So just really wanted to give a shout out. It's especially to that volleyball group. You see all those volunteers and all those female athletes that put years and years into building that sport. It is really growing right now, and so just a hats off to everybody that's been involved with all of them, but I just wanted to recognize that as well today. So any questions on any of those? I've seen a few. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. Just out of curiosity on those minister meetings and it being an election year, sorry, just because this is my first time on council and that, what happens when they are, the election's going to be just around the corner from from UBCM? Will they actually be available for minister meetings, or how does that actually work?
Through your worship, I haven't experienced it through an election either, but I believe they are. I can't imagine they wouldn't. Maybe you'll just get a lot of promises.
Yeah, I actually got just an email I think it was within the last week about a meeting with provincial staff on how it's going to work this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I think it's set for May. Within the first couple of weeks of May, it was sent. So, yeah, so it's, and I think it's an hour and a half where they're going to go through all of that. So I'll have a lot more input on that. So,
Okay.
but I haven't been involved in it before either, so I don't know.
Yeah,
but
I was just curious.
But I'll give an update after that. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions? No. All right. Oh, you want to push
The
your button?
First Nations
Did
group,
you want to push your button?
Oh, the First Nations group Centre for Veterans. What was it?
It was the Haida Tene First Nations.
Where are they?
Out of Prince George area.
And they is that centre for Dawson Creek or for?
It's for northern BC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they don't know where it's going to go yet. They talked about it might be like a major center somewhere and satellite centers in different communities. But, yeah.
And what's its goal?
To offer services for those youth that are for mental health. Yeah, any kind of disabilities, like a support center, really.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you can Google it. I could send you the information on it as well if you'd like. So.
No, it's okay. That's fine.
Okay. All right, next order of business is 11.2. We had Karl Mattson request for funding to complete sculpture revitalization. I guess before that goes to council, Kevin, I'm assuming something like that, if it was council's direction to do it, is there funds? I know our budgets are already done. Is this something that we'd have to look into 2025, or is there some reserves somewhere, or where would you see that?
So through your worship, there's a couple ways you could go about it. One is, it sounds like, I think you could structure a motion that the first thing you'd look at is the grants, if they're successful. Obviously, the ones that the art gallery is applying for, if they're successful, that will fund the refurbishment. If they're unsuccessful, then I think you've got two options. Again, if you want to do it, even if you don't get the grants, is the $10,000. We will have some room within the capital. As you saw earlier today, we awarded a tender that was just about $1 million under budget. I mean, so there will be $10,000 within that capital program that we could draw on if that's something council wants to do. Or the alternative is you hold it off until 25 and budget for it specifically. So,
okay. And something like that, like a revamp, would fall under capital project? Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Earl?
Speaking of which, would we, in order to just direct award it to Karl for the refurbishing, how would that intersect with our tender policies?
Well, through your worship, because this is specialized services. I mean, this is proprietary. You're not going to get somebody else to do somebody else's artwork or refurbish somebody's artwork. You could.
Tell that to anyone who's ever got a tattoo touched up.
Well, I guess different if we're rebuilding something new. But
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not going to be violating the letter of the policy, or we're not going to have to. I realize it's granular, but
yeah, it's quite justifiable because of the situation.
Okay. All right, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow, were you wanting to put a motion forward? You're on.
Well, I was just shocked at Jeremy's question. I would hope he wouldn't want to paint on one of my prints or something like that. That's
maybe that's what he was suggesting.
Well, to me, it is a signature piece of the community, and I'm not sure how to. Is it possible to fund it in the 2025? Because when we set our tax rates for the 2025 budget, we're 5 months into it, aren't we? So if we could decide that we'd put it in our 2025 budget and let it happen in the January, February, if that's It'd be a draw on our 2025 budget that way. But it's whatever administration thinks is easiest.
So through your worship, what I'm hearing is you would take advantage of the grants if they come available. If not,
yes.
it'd be a 25 expense.
Yeah, but we would have it done in the winter of 2025.
Yeah.
It's just like giving advance approval for paving, right?
Yeah, and again, we're talking about $10,000. So that would be easily to accommodate early in 25 if that's what you want to do.
Well, I'll so move that it be set, dependent on the outcome of grants for this refurbishing of the Surveyor sign, we would approve $10,000 be set aside in the 2025 budget to fund it.
Do we have a second? Got a motion on the floor now, I know. Councillor Sudnick? You're good, Councillor Barzal?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Mike, say so.
Go ahead, Kevin.
So through your worship, just one other thing that we should note in there is that if council wishes, they did ask for assistance in removing and putting back. So that would require the city to coordinate a picker truck to do that. And then we'd have to coordinate with Ministry of Transportation just for traffic, but all doable.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sudnick had a comment before, sorry I didn't.
Thank you, Worship. Just a comment. It's been 20 years. Who owns the statue? Did we buy it? Was it donated? Is it art on loan that we're conveniently paying to refurbish?
Through your worship, I'm not certain what the arrangement was at the time. Just not familiar with it.
Councillor Barzal?
Just a little bit on art. If you buy a piece of art, generally the copyright stays with the artist. The copyright can be transferred, but I doubt if it was transferred. It's very unusual. So it's owned by the city. The city could resell it, but the art and the created work is his. That is the norm.
Any other, Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick comment. We heard from city staff that it would be doable in the 2024 budget. I don't know why we want to wait till 2025. We have the artist here now who says he wants to do it now. Is he going to be available in 2025 to do that, or will we miss the opportunity where we have what Councillor Parslow called one of our most renowned artists moving on to bigger and better projects? We have the opportunity now. I think maybe we should do it now and get it done this winter.
Thank you. That could be done through an amendment, could it? Yeah, if you wanted to make an amendment, you're more than welcome to, Councillor McDonald.
I would take it as a friendly amendment. I mean, I was
Change
just
it.
trying to do whatever's easiest.
Can we? It's changing the, I guess. Okay, so would everybody be okay changing it to be done in 2024 out of capital reserves?
I'm fine with
Councillor Apollonio, are you in favor of that? Yeah, okay. Okay, I guess I just had one question maybe to staff, and I know the piece and I see it and it's, amazing and lots of people talk about it. Is that, is that kind of the vision for that department in city? Like, was there a vision to see something different that's, nothing against that art piece at all. I'm just asking the question, before we talk about investing $10,000, was there something different we'd want to see there, or is that?
So through your worship, I haven't heard of anything. We just went through the tourism strategy. I don't think anything was mentioned through that. And what you've kind of heard in this room today is that everybody recognizes that it's a pretty unique piece. Ryan and I were talking earlier. We're in the process of getting it lit or changing the lights. So that's happening. Not that if it was a different piece, I mean, the lights would be just as effective, but yeah, I don't see any reason why we would want to change course on that.
Yeah, I just thought I'd ask a question because he was saying it was about 20,000 to build a new piece, and I was like, if there was something out there, just thought I'd ask. So, okay. Any other questions, discussion? No. All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. And it's carried. Next, 11.3, there was no real ask there. I did have the one that late item, whatever that was. So this is actually through Councillor McDonald, received this email. Just had a question. So related last year, the Dawson Creek Judo Association received pool passes through council. They realized that their event is coming this week, and they're a little they were apologetic for missing the deadline and thought about it last minute. So I would just like to put a motion forward that we donate pool passes to the Dawson Creek Judo Association to the same as what we did last year, which I guess up to $250.
So through your worship, what we did last year was 100 youth swim passes, which that would be approximately $580 worth.
Okay, that's what we did.
In our rates as of right now.
Okay, I'm not putting a motion on the floor. Thanks for
Just-
that.
So just FYI, that's.
Okay. Councillor Earl?
I guess this question, sorry, through you to staff, your worship, before I talk about motion. When we donate these passes, what mechanism do we have to track that they're being used? None. So I'm just thinking, because these funds are counted against our grant budget, and anytime you give out any kind of coupon or free this or that, the utilization rate is rarely 100%. So I wonder if we're, when I hear we gave out 100, I think, okay, so if 9 out of 10 of those got, it's just, is it an accurate accounting, and are we, anyway, just a thought that occurred to me. I don't know if we've got that capacity at all, but I think it's
through your worship,
be mindful of.
You're right, is we should track it so we can accurately account on the back end of how much we actually are using, so we know whether we've expended the entire allotment. So Ryan and I can talk about that and see how we can track it internally.
Just a suggestion on that made me think about something, but I deal with that with a different hat on. But could be something as simple as like a coupon donated to them, and as they come in and use it, then it gets expensed to the income statement, and then it would have an expiry date at year end, because then you would know. But just to suggest, made me think of that.
Something we can look at.
Yeah,
how we can do it.
Would somebody? Councillor Earl?
Well, I'll move the motion that we provide 100 youth swim passes to the judo club for their event, same as last year.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Second, Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? No, I'll call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. I think we will break now, and we'll be back probably about 12:20. 2:20. Not 12:20, yeah, 2:20. Okay, thank you. 29th, so we just had a little break for to kick off the Smile Cookie Relay Challenge with the Dawson Creek and District Hospital Foundation. So it was council against city staff, and yeah, we're all smiles on this side, and there's some sadness on the other side, so that will tell you who came out on top of that one. So, but getting back into the agenda, our next order of business was 12, Chief Administrative Officer operational updates. So over to you, Kevin.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Your Worship. Quick update on the water situation. Report that things are still looking favorable at the river. The river's holding. Flows are good And so we've been able to continue with our pumping and are slowly starting to put reservoirs back where they should be. South Dawson, which is our largest reservoir and the one that we really relied on when we were shut down for a while, there is now at 86%. And so we anticipate probably with another 3-4 weeks, we should be probably back up to that over 90%, 92, 95%. So that'll be good news. And the moisture we're getting today certainly won't hurt anything. So everything's looking favorable for now. So it's good news.
Thank you. Was there other things that you?
That was all I was going to touch on for today, Your Worship.
I did want to talk a little bit. I did chat with Kevin earlier just about the water restrictions. So just our restriction bylaw or policy was put in place years ago, and I just my thoughts is that I think we should revisit it. In which different categories are in there. I think there's some discrepancies right now. It's the restriction is potable water can't be hauled for non-potable uses, but it's pretty vague to what that means. And I think in the day when that was put in place, we could assume that the fracking was at an all-time high, so it was put into that level. But there's also this impacts other things, right? Like there's a lot of other businesses that this impacts having this, and it's very vague. So we thought about maybe my thoughts is that we need to revisit it and just look at it because there's probably different options out there now. The times have changed a bit. There's different things, and maybe to revisit what our restriction levels are and which are classified in and out. So I don't know if council feels as well, or if you need direction from us, or what your thoughts are, Kevin.
So through worship, I mean, I think it would be good to get direction for sure. We chatted a bit, and you're right. This bylaw was developed at a time when it was really the term couldn't haul potable water for non-potable uses was targeted at fracking, and as you've indicated, there are some other uses out there that are kind of captured within that hauling definition. So there could be some clarity brought with some further definitions and changes to that, so that you still look to capture the fracking component, which is really the large volume uses of potable water when we're in drought situations. But look for ways that you could maybe permit some of these smaller uses that are really maybe normal course for commercial businesses, no different than, say, a car wash might use during this time right now. So if council wishes, we could look at that and see what that could look like and what we could bring back.
Okay. So would you need a motion from council, or would you?
Yeah, I think it would be just cleaner to have a motion to direct us to do so.
Okay. Councillor Parslow?
Well, Kevin answered my question, because to me it's very straightforward. It's potable or not potable. But if the intention is to suddenly allow some potable water for non-potable uses, I have real problems with that. I can't conceive of essential. Are there any other examples? I mean, why would you allow car washes which is an optional thing, to drain our potable water supply? Because we also need this potable water for firefighting, right? We don't have other water supplies too much. So that's trying to,
So through your worship,
are there any other examples that you might want to
consider?
Yeah.
So what we've found is when you get into the definition of non-potable or potable use for potable water for non-potable uses is, for instance, if a vac truck is coming and they're doing some excavating, they may come and get 2 or 3 or 4 cubic meters of water to go do an excavation job. I'm not sure that that's what we're trying to deter. I could be wrong, but from our perspective, we can accommodate those types of uses. Car washes, like I said, right now, car washes are permitted to operate, and I'll go back a ways, is when we actually changed the bylaw a number of years ago, the fracking component and the cutting off of industry was actually at stage 4. And car washes were at either stage 3 or stage 4, I can't remember, but Council of the Day actually made a conscious decision to switch that and cut off the fracking component sooner and maintain the local business car washes, not that some frac haulers aren't local business, but those smaller uses to continue. And I guess what I'm hearing is that maybe there's a desire to distinguish between those, so you can still allow those smaller uses that we can accommodate and that don't put us at risk versus those large water hauls such as fracking. But that's why I would need direction from council to explore that.
I think that's what I was getting at too. If the intent of the policy was about fracking, because that's using the mass majority of water, then, why does it impact everybody? Like Kevin says, car washes are still able, and we have the capacity to support them. But a company that needs potable water to mix with their chemicals, we're cutting them off just because they're industry. Like that's where it doesn't seem like it's I don't know. It just seems like there's some gray areas in it, and when it was put in place. But that's my thoughts, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to make a motion that we direct city staff to revisit our water restriction definitions in regards to potable water usage for light industry.
Non-potable usage.
Non-potable usage.
Yeah. I have a second. Councillor Kemp, is that clear, Kevin, for you, or do you want?
So through your worship, if this passes, then what we can do is we would go back, do a little bit of homework on it and come up with what maybe some options would be, and then it would come back to council for their consideration.
Okay.
Just to speak to it, I agree with what the mayor was saying, right? This seems very all-encompassing, and I struggle that we're going to let car washes continue to use, but if we're not allowing hydrovacs to use, we're putting the community at risk because we're now saying the hydrovacs can't safely expose any high-pressure gas lines, et cetera, right? We're restricting their ability to keep us safe at that point.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Earl?
I guess one thought, or one thing I'd like to note, and one concern I have with respect to passing a policy is all well and good. How do we then police what people are using this potable water for? Especially because there are people who use, there's cross-pollination between the industries with respect to mixing chemicals and whatever. How do we police? Not that I don't necessarily disagree with the mayor if the policy is not responsive to the realities anymore, but we also have to be mindful when we put new policies in place, how do we police this so that we ensure?
Yeah, so through your worship, that is something that we have been, or I have been thinking about as well, is just because you're still dealing with non-potable use of water, you're just talking about the limits on, we don't want somebody that's using a lot, but we're okay with maybe somebody that's using a little. But the logistically and the operational side is they all fill up at the same terminal. So we need to look, and will be part of what we'll have to look at, is how we can manage it to say that, if you're in this, class, you can do it, but if you're using this, you can't. So there's some logistics that we'll have to sort out. And so right now, as far as policing it, is if we get any reports, we go to our video cameras, we see who is there, we contact them, try and determine whether it's a legitimate use or not. If it's not, they typically stop.
Okay. And I guess as a second note I'd make with respect to car washes, while much of the uses a car wash is, civilian in nature, as a border community, the need for those who work in industry and transportation to wash their cars as a preventative measure for invasive plant species not coming back and forth over the border. There is actually a solid industry case to be made for allowing them that use. So something to be mindful of if we are going to revise the policy.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't mind reviewing anything, but just one silly question perhaps, but the example that's being used, what's stopping a vacuum truck, whatever you call them, using reclaimed water? Is there something?
So through your worship, no, they could get an agreement to do so. I have anecdotally heard that sometimes that the reclaim can cause some issues with some of the pressure nozzles and stuff that back trucks, because we've experienced it with our own trucks, can cause some. I don't know if it's a calcium buildup, heavy, hard metal, whatever, hard water buildups or whatever on it. I know it's caused some issues, but I guess the quick answer is no. There's nothing to prevent them from doing that either. So, again, we can steer them from there. The reality is there is a component throughout the community that's this water is being used for non-potable uses, whether it's in a shower or in a toilet or there's always that. It's just what's the threshold? Where is council comfortable with it? And at the same time, we have to be responsive to whatever our environment is as far as drought and otherwise. So it's finding the balance.
Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? No? All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, and you didn't have anything else, Kevin? No. And then I guess the other thing, obviously, with water is once we get to where the reservoirs are full, then you'll bring back what you kind of think the next steps would be.
Yeah, through your worship, as soon as we get to, and we'll keep regular updates, but yeah, when we get to a point where we feel like it would be appropriate to reduce the conservation measures, if we get there, then we would come to council and council would make that decision.
Okay, thank you. All right, next order of business, 13 diary. Nothing in the diary. 14 consent calendars or anything that anybody wanted to lift? Can I get a motion to accept the consent calendar? Councillor Kemp, second. Councillor Apollonio, I will call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. 15 media questions, no media. 16 committee of the whole. So just the one report left that we wanted to discuss and open was 16.3. So the report from Chief Financial Officer on the revitalization tax exemption. So thank you, Melissa, for your efforts in putting this together. It was, it was a great report and a good read. So do you want to give a bit of an update first? I mean, I'm assuming everybody's read it, but do you want to just open it to questions or how do you feel?
We'll just have Melissa just do a quick high-level overview and then open it up for discussion.
Okay, perfect. There you go, Melissa.
So as detailed in the report, the community charter does allow for the exemption of municipal property taxes through a revitalization tax exemption. It's important to note that the exemption is limited to the municipal property taxes and does not extend to school or other property taxes that we collect. There's 3 steps to establishing this. The first is to establish a revitalization tax exemption program. And it's built in a way that allows a lot of flexibility to councils on to decide how they want the program structured. It can be on certain areas of municipality, certain property classes, or even to encourage certain activity or promote a property. The next well, and some examples for objectives can be environmental revitalization, economic revitalization, social revitalization, or other types. The second step is establishing an exemption agreement, and it allows the opportunity to create the requirement for a property owner to do something specific. And then once all of the needs of the program are met, then an exemption certificate is issued, which is then forwarded to BC assessment, similar to the permissive tax policy. And it's on that same time frame as well with the approvals. This aligns directly with the City of Dawson Creek strategic plan to develop a downtown revitalization vision and concepts and identify associated strategies and policies to support implementation. Because the flexibility with this type of program is so broad, I did include some examples of programs that exist within British Columbia within the report. But basically, it's a tool that council can utilize to assist with the strategic priority of downtown revitalization and investment in the community.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll just touch a little bit. You were done, right, Melissa? Yeah. I just want to thank you again for putting this together. It was a good report, and I see a lot of wins in exploring this. I think, there's some initial costs to the city to allow some exemptions, but I think the long-term benefit of this, if it can spike building, it can help with the inflation of costs to build. It can, subsidize that a little bit, brings new businesses, new residents to our community. All of that is a win. Like when you go to a community and you see like new things, you just get that energy and that vibe, and it's a feeling, and hard to measure, but it starts to keep growing. And I just think a lot of this is like thinking outside the box. It was neat to see how many you sent me, Kevin, too, that of other communities that are doing this. Like, it's just thinking outside the box to me and being open for business. I did have one question here. I know our residential rates and building is under one portfolio. Like, can you include a separate one for like seniors? Like if somebody was going to build a seniors complex, could that be a separate exemption route then? I know there's one in there for multi-unit or like apartment style, but we could target like...
Through your worship, yes, you can. And even another example that I was able to see was even encouraging new builds for childcare. Yeah. So in that case, you have a specific circumstance related to a property that you're choosing, and that would be what that program would be based on. Or an activity in that you're providing low-income senior housing. So there's ways you can structure it, but that second part of the step that creates the agreement, that's where you bring that requirement in. And then the certificate isn't going to be issued unless you meet those requirements.
Yeah, okay. Perfect. Yeah, I'm in complete favor of this and moving forward in some fashion. And I get that our strategic priorities are about downtown, but I look past that. I think like, to me, my opinion is if we're going to do this, let's go, like I would want to go all in. I want, residential, multi, like the bigger picture of it, and businesses even outside of our downtown core. So, it's neat to see all the different types in here.
So through your worship, I just think, as I was listening and chatting with Melissa, is that, again, something that for council to think about is you can have quite a smorgasbord of things within this, is where you could, in the downtown, you could have some certain criteria. Yeah. And then as you go away from that, you could have different criteria, like if you wanted to have a greater exemption or a longer exemption in the downtown to try and get those vacant properties, let's say, if that was your goal, those ones developed. And then as you go out, maybe say, instead of a 10-year exemption, you could do a 5-year somewhere else. Like it sounds like there's a lot of flexibility with what you do, but yet still have quite a bit of control. So that's good. So I think, council just needs to, we'll have to give some thought onto really what you're trying to achieve. And then you can start to kind of shape what it could look like.
Can you also, sorry to steal everybody's voice here, but could you also, like, say a business downtown, for example, invested money to recreate the outside of their building and increase their value? Can you give exemptions to increases in that as well?
So through your worship, yes, there is a method that can be utilized that talks about the increase in assessment. There's still some questions I have on the process of just with the timing of the permits, and do you base that estimate on the permits, or because usually by the time the assessment comes in, you will have already needed to give the exemption. But there is a mechanism to do that. That it's just based on the increase in assessment. And you can even, if it's less than 20,000, you can set the parameters on what you want that to look like, and even certain percents.
Yeah, wow. I see a lot of wins. Thank you. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship, and I would echo your sentiment. I think this is a really great report. I like seeing the comparisons and the contrast between different municipalities and what they've done, and the stages and the timelines adopted. And certainly, to the mayor's point, I could see using this and having a fairly broad definition of what qualifies as the downtown core as far as commercial developments happen. I guess one question, if someone would build a commercial building with storefront in the bottom floor and then apartments above, would that qualify as commercial, or is that commercial? Well, what would that qualify as? I assume it would be eligible for the similar multifamily use.
So through your worship, that's specifically the example that's noted in the city of Terrace. So when it talks about mixed use and references commercial and multifamily residential,
that's together.
That it's a combined unit. So there's the ability to do that as well.
Okay. And I do, I guess one piece of feedback or thing I'd want to be mindful of if we're going to pursue this, and I think it is worth pursuing, is that the potential here for workload for you and your department is pretty significant. And I think it's one thing I would really like to avoid is we craft a policy is to make sure it's something that is, not I don't want it to turn into a rehash of the permissive tax exemption where we as councillors are put in a position of we're being seen picking and choosing winners and that to get, once the policy's set in place, have us as hands-off as humanly possible, because I don't think that's, when we say open for business, we want to make sure it's based on a policy, based on a service standard, based on, people coming to deal with you, not necessarily, well, council voted to cut this or cut that. So that's one thing, but I do like the idea of a 10-year time horizon. And I'm not married to any specific details, but I think when it comes to commercial development, and you're looking that far ahead is great. But no, really good work, and something I'd like to continue pursuing. And I think, is there, I'm sure that like light industrial, is that also, I mean, I didn't see any examples with respect to light industrial, but I know one thing we're always, bemoaning is a lack of industrial and light industrial. So I'm not sure if that's something we would want to include or look at, but.
So through your worship, light industrial, again, I think there's quite a range. It's not limited to particular uses. but you can, through the bylaw, you can specify what, it can be broad or it can be very specific. So I think, again, it gives lots of flexibility for crafting it the way that, council may see that it will work best.
So sorry, I'll be quick. One last follow-up, Your Worship, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
So just with respect to this subject, the idea of economic development zones and using property tax abatements to incentivize development, I have had conversations with other people in other municipalities, whether it be UBCM or Kyle Giddens, who's from TC Energy, but he was the president of the Prince George Chamber of Commerce. He sent me some information on tax exemptions and stuff some years back. And I was under the impression there were some constraints placed on municipalities through the Community Charter and Local Government Act about how much latitude we had to create these incentive programs. Is that something we're aware of? Any constraints we need to be mindful of before we set our hearts on anything?
So through your worship, I think it's laid out in the report because it's all based on the criteria of the community charter, and so. But that's really what was the basis of Melissa's report, was right from, the government documentation.
Okay.
So that's what we're able to do. Do you have anything else?
No, that's good. Thanks.
Through your worship, I would just add, specifically in the documentation, it does reference that this one program is one that allows you to really incentivize or allow savings for a business, because we're not allowed to do that. So there was a specific note in that this program is not held to that same restriction.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow.
Well, this isn't the first time this topic's been discussed about incentivizing business, and quite often cities have been involved in some land sales with that intentions, and then had to put in a whole bunch of retroactive stuff because people didn't do what they said they were going to do. I see this as a minefield that I right now am comfortable with, because we already have a large number of organizations that do not pay taxes. We have a very high number of permissible tax exemptions, other than churches, in the community, and the other taxpayers pick up the bill. And so Melissa's put forward a whole bunch of items to consider. I think you did a good job. What I'm looking at, oops, my computer just went off on me. But one of the ones that gets, we've already lost revenue. Can we afford to lose revenue? Are we going to increase the taxes of those who are still paying their full taxes to offset that lost revenue? I know we won't be cutting expenses. So the question here, how will the program impact the property taxes of other properties? To me, is a big, big question, because the expenses and the servicing and all that stuff will still be there. So I see these programs. I'd be interested to see what uptake has there been in Mackenzie or Smithers or Terrace, right? How did they deal with the loss of revenue? Did they cut some things, or did they increase taxes of those remaining businesses and industries and residents? It's a whole bunch of questions. And I'm sitting here thinking, here we go again. And, the disaster of permissive tax exemptions, I don't want to say, gosh. There'll be a lot of explaining who gets it, who doesn't, eligibility, what are the tangible benefits, what are its impacts, all a very good set of questions that I think we should have some data to help us answer those questions. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
So through your worship, just in that context, I was kind of envisioning where we have vacant properties, so they're already vacant, they're infill properties. So So we're not, in some of those cases, we own them, so we're not getting any tax from them now. So there's no loss tax. So even if you were to get somebody to build there and didn't get any tax from them for the first, whatever the period of time is, up to 10 years, they're going to be paying utilities because that's not part of the waiving. The snowplow is already driving by there because we're doing it today. So in those particular instances, I'm not sure that there's and again, this without getting into the deep details, I'm not seeing a quick, huge impact to us. I would never encourage something like this where you are expanding into a greenfield. And I think that goes back to what you were talking about, maybe some subdivisions of years gone by where, they didn't pan out. Because if you were, expanding your community outwardly and doing this, you are taking on new infrastructure. You may be taking on new roads, new services, new operational expenses, along with no revenue. So I completely agree with you in that aspect. I'm thinking if you're looking at infill, where you're already providing the services surrounding that vacant property, then I think, the impact should be fairly insignificant. But again, that's without, exploring all the details.
I tend to agree with you. I'm looking more at renovations.
Yeah.
Revitalization doesn't mean destruction and a rebuild. It might do, but I would suggest that's why the questions here, I think they're pretty comprehensive. And another one that stands out for me, and I don't know the answer for them, I'm not expecting anybody, the BC Alberta trade stuff, investment advantages. That's an interesting one. I don't know too much about it, but I do know it exists and it's monitored.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. I appreciate all the discussion on this. I think I see this being a little simpler than that. Like you look at some of these where it's pretty blanketed. I don't see it being a lot of work, but I'm also not on that end. But my other thoughts are if we did this and gained one business a year, that is huge for our community. Maybe not today, but in 5 years when there's tax revenue, but also it is for today because that brings more people to our community, that brings more economy, more families. All of that makes our community a better place, and we get something new. And I like this. I think Dawson Creek to me is an unbelievable community, and I love it to the bottom of me. But it hasn't changed, right? The population's been the same for years and years and years, and we're seeing developments in other communities around. So I like just something different, and maybe you do all this and. I appreciate Melissa's time and all the team's time. I really do. But I think if we gained one business, one residence that we didn't have before, it's a win to me. But that's just my thoughts, and I appreciate this discussion. It's great. So, Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. And I was just going to say, as far as our downtown core goes, we need to do something. People are not lining up to do builds down there, to renovate down there. Anything. If we want to see true change in our downtown core, and we keep hearing from all the tourism reports, et cetera, the community wants its downtown back. It wants a revitalized, high-functioning downtown core. We need to do something to kickstart that. And I believe this is a great first step. I liked the idea of, you have specifics for the downtown core. You have a different program for the outlying areas, maybe along, 8th Street and Alaska Avenue, and then a different program as far as renovations go, right? But we need to do something to kickstart a refresh in the downtown core, because it's not just going to happen on its own. Without our lead and our moving the ball forward, it's not going to change.
So there's been a lot of discussion all over the place and all of it. So are you feel comfortable like on what you need to move forward, or what do you?
Yeah, so through your worship, I mean, staff will go back and discuss. I mean, we've heard what you had to say. I do agree that I think we need to make sure it's not administratively a burden and it's not complex. We need to make sure that it's and not complex from the end user standpoint either. So we can encourage folks for uptake. So we'll give it some thought. I'm generally hearing that council would like to see something and come back with some. So we'll put our heads together and come up with what it could look like and bring it back to council. For that, it would basically come back in the form of a bylaw and for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Do we have answers to the questions that Melissa proposed, though? When you report back, Melissa's addressed a whole list there. I'd like coherent answers in writing about those.
Kevin, just to commit you to a whole bunch. No, I'm just kidding. All right. We don't need a motion to accept the rest of the committee, the whole reports, do we? No? Okay. All right. Next order of business was 17 to recess to the closed meeting. So 17.1 resolution to move into the meeting of council closed to the public. Agenda item 4.1 and 5.1, section 91J, information that is prohibited or information that if it were presented in a document would be prohibited from disclosure under section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Agenda item 5.2, section 91K, negotiations and related discussion respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their preliminary stages. So, Councillor Sudnick, second. Councillor McDonald. I will call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, we'll take 5 or as long as Karl needs, and we'll go into closed.